Morning, colleagues. Morning, members on the platform.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, all. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Morning.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members. Dr. Mangweni,
Morning, ma'am. Morning.
Dr.
Good
Mangweni,
morning, Honorable Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, everybody.
Madume.
Okay.
Good
morning, Chair.
Morning, all.
2 minutes to 10. We're going to start exactly 10 o'clock. I just wanted to check Dr. Mangweni if he's ready.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
PBO is already here and FFC is already here, Chair.
Okay. Is Dr. Mazambani here? Is Mr. Maimani is here?
I don't see Dr. Maswanga in your chair, but Honorable Maimane is here.
And
Be here.
is also here.
Lekwas is here, Chair.
Okay. Thanks, honorable members. Honorable chairpersons, members of the Standing Committee and Select Committee on Finance and Appropriation, representatives from the Parliamentary Budget Office and the Financial and Fiscal Commission, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this important joint sitting of the Standing and Select Committee on Finance. Today, we have the privilege of receiving briefings from two key institutions. That is the Parliamentary Budget Office, the PBO, and Financial and Fiscal Commission, the FFC, on the recently tabled 2025 budget by the Minister of Finance, Honorable Godongwana. I must indicate, Chair, that we have received 3 letters from economic freedom fighters. That letters addressed to Honorable Tokodi Diza, the Speaker of the National Assembly. The other ones addressed to the Minister of Finance, Mr. Ino Godongwana. Yeah, the 2 letters are addressed to Tokodi Diza, the Speaker of the National Assembly. So those letters, we have sent them to the legal unit and the PBO. Then we hope that immediately after receiving their responses, we'll be able to respond to the economic freedom fighters. Honorable members, this budget is a critical tool in shaping our nation's economic trajectory, addressing pressing challenges, and ensuring sustainable growth. The insights from the PBO and FFC will provide us with an independent, evidence-based analysis of the budget implications, fiscal sustainability, and alignment with national priority. As a committee, our role is to scrutinize these proposals thoroughly, ensuring they serve the best interests of all South Africans. I encourage robust but constructive engagement today, honorable members, as your questions and contributions will enrich our oversight work. Honorable members, without any further delay, let me invite the PBO to do their presentation and followed by the FFC as per the program. But before that, let me go to item 2, which is to check the apologies. Dr. Mangweni.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Chair and members and colleagues. From the side of the Select Committee on Finance, we only received an apology from Honorable Brits that is applicable as well to the Select Committee on Appropriations. Through you,
Okay.
Chair, I will allow other colleagues to do the NA apologies. I also see, Chair, you have two hands once you are done with the apologies.
Good
Okay.
morning, Chair, co-chairs and honorable members and everyone on the platform. From the Standing Committee on Appropriations, we've got an apology from Honorable Bateman. He will be with us, but would leave the platform shortly before the adjournment to attend to something very urgent. We also have an apology from Honorable Wakelin. He is on sick leave, but he might join during the course of the meeting, but he's on sick leave. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think that is in order, honorable members. Can we get if the committee approved the apologies as presented?
Excuse me, sir. Ma'am, there
Yes,
are apologies from the Standing Committee on Finance. There are no apologies, but there's this apology from the Deputy Minister Sarupen.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Van Rooyen. Honorable Van Rooyen.
Good morning,
Yes,
Chairperson
Chair.
and
Yes.
other co-chairpersons, and good morning to all members and officials that are on the platform. Chair, I'm not talking about apologies. We just wanted to raise our concern about because we have looked into the program for the whole week, and it's clear that all our meetings have been converted into virtual. SMK Party, we just want to submit to your table that we are very concerned of this particular approach because we think physical meetings, given the importance of these engagements to the nation, not only to us as parliamentarians, to the nation, should have been an appropriate way of handling these meetings. So we want you to register our concern as SMK Party on how these meetings has been converted to be visual instead of physical. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Van Rooyen. Honorable Mote.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to yourself and everybody who's on the platform. Chair, just one correction that I wanted to make. We wrote 3 letters, not 2. The first letter was to the Minister of Finance, which has been acknowledged by his office this morning. And then the second one was to the Speaker, and then the other one was to the Chairperson of the committee, Dr. Maswanganyi, which he acknowledged also. So I just wanted to make that correction. And 2, Chair, I say that we are going to be having joint meetings going forward, obviously, for the purpose of this exercise. We had written to the Chairperson of the Standing Committee of Finance when he tabled, or rather he submitted to us the program of the committee. And in his response, really, we want to acknowledge the fact that he accommodated us. But Chair, we see that he has allocated 2 days for the committee deliberations on whether we're adopting or amending the fiscal framework and revenue proposals. And our proposal is that we stick to 1 day, and we rather take the second day, we move it forward or backward to allocate it to stakeholder engagements, meaning that we will have 2 days for stakeholder engagements and only 1 day for the committee deliberations and adoption or amendment of the fiscal framework and revenue proposals, purely because, Chair, us as members of Parliament, I'm sure you already know our view and where we stand. So there's no point in having 2 days to deliberate on what we already know. We've been speaking to ourselves, we've been speaking to the media and everybody. But let's take this exercise and give it to the people. Let's expand the reach on stakeholder engagements rather than us talking amongst ourselves. That is our request, Chair. There's no other platform for me to raise this because, as I'm saying, I say that it's going to be a joint committee sittings going forward. And the letter that you wrote, when the program was submitted to us as Standing Committee on Finance, we responded to it then. So that is our request, Chair. A simple one. Let's move that 1 day that was allocated. It's 3 and 4. So let's have 1 day of it being added to stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder has been allocated only 1 day. and we're requesting that we extend it to 2 days. I thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Ms. Mate, and my apologies for just indicating about the 2 letters. Is that the other one? I couldn't get it from the one that you addressed to the committee chair, Mr. Masangani, but I think he's aware that you have written a letter to him. And then it must be noted that there are 3 letters, and obviously, as I indicated earlier, the letters has been referred to the legal team and the PBO. So I think all the concerns, honorable members, has been raised. So the committees will look at that, the committee chairpersons and the National Assembly, they will be able to look at those matters and they will respond to the relevant parties. I think that is what I can indicate now. So can we go to allow the Monge?
Yes, Chair.
Can we go straight to the PBO?
Okay.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, fellow chairpersons. Good morning, members of Parliament. Thank you so much. Good morning, the Chair of the FFC and colleagues on the platform. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Chair. We'll take you through the presentation. I'll take you through some of the quick remarks. Loaz, you are quite quick. Go back. Quick remarks, open remarks, and I'll give the team to give a detailed presentation in this regard. The next slide. All right. So our presentation is really focusing a lot on the fiscal framework, but we'll give also some overview of some of the areas. But I think we'll still cover the division of revenue and appropriations later on with the relevant committees. Next slide. Just a quick overview. I think what we're trying to emphasize in this presentation is the importance of this budget being the first budget of the term, really creating an important opportunity for following through on the developmental plans that we have. We do emphasize the importance of seeing this as an opportunity for government to demonstrate, its commitment to really setting out the tone and realizing some of the key priorities that are in the midterm development strategy. Fostering growth, reduce poverty, building the capable state as one of some of the key priorities. We noted that we want to remind members that we have not been able to realize some of the NDP priorities, as you all know. In some areas, some of the developmental indicators have worsened in that regard. And we really see this opportunity, this budget, as an opportunity to try to reverse our trends and really aim to find initiative that must eventually form part of the really well thought out plan and realize some of these priorities and really dealing with inefficiencies within the government as well. So in today's budget framework as analysis, we do really look at the strengths and challenges, in particular, try raising some of the implications for the economy and social landscape as well, but also look at the public finance implications. I think my next slide, just in setting the context for our presentation, Chair members, I also want to remind members that we, over the 30 years or so, we've seen quite an increase in unemployment over time. And in our view, we do see that as underscoring an urgent need to grow the economy, create jobs, the importance of course in the budget framework, fiscal policy in supporting really areas that would enable the economy to grow, look at investment, social protection, and really in a way that it enables public finance to lead to growth, but in itself being a way of dealing with debt and deficit over a bit of time as one of the key strategy I've mentioned earlier on. We do see that the budget in itself maintain funding, for example, for police services, which is very important dynamic, but I think what we're concerned about, we do see that numbers in the males at a level that has been over a long time, which is more of a decline. But I think this for us is a concern to say you probably need to have more, given the level of crime, given the concerns that have been raised over time. Although the funding for another example is around the education, you see that there has an increase nominally in education. However, it remains sufficient to address some of the key slow growing allocations that we've seen over time and efficiencies which we've seen over time. Which have contributed to this pressure in the provinces in particular, which face teacher shortages and learner materials and so on. So we see that there's a lot that has happened clearly. Similar to health sector as well, with this a lot of constraint, we're still far behind in our compared to ourselves as other jurisdictions, or at least in terms of the materials. Sorry, Chairperson. All right, thanks.
No, my apologies. It's something that is
Okay.
happening. I don't know what's happening.
Okay, no, thanks so much, Chairperson. And we further highlight that the concern that the decision to really implement the inflationary adjustment to the fuel levy in this budget may not have fully considered ongoing cost of living challenges, particularly low-income households with low financial resilience, and the risk of increasing operational costs in some of the key industries, particularly for small, medium enterprises. So some of the issues that we want to highlight. And lastly, going to the next slide. Lastly, in really highlight some of the key synapses, what we've seen when we've looked at the budget proposals and our projections, our macroeconomic projections, that actually shows that budget itself run, would really short of realizing the midterm development plan economic growth target of 3% over the next MTF. And we're concerned that this will happen over the next 3 years. We'll still run short of that. And a similar situation we've seen with the National Development Plan, where already at the beginning we already had not being able to realize the growth projections there. Importantly, we also acknowledge and really recognize the importance of the budget rightfully prioritizing infrastructure as a key pillar for economic growth and job creation. Public investment spending is projected to be over $1 trillion over the MEM term. That's a very important determination, particularly the expected multiply effect of such spending in the economy. We look at some of the sectors that are affected, it's really important. Another point I want to emphasize, Chair, numbers and colleagues, is really around that significant portion of the additional allocations. So it's a lot of quite huge amount of additional allocation really being on a provisional allocation. And a key oversight concern is that a significant portion of the additional fund remains as provisional allocation, meaning it is yet to be assigned to specific programs or government departments. And this raises question about the immediate availability of the funds for critical services and projects across various sectors. For instance, you look at education and health, I mentioned earlier on. The overall reduction in additional spending suggests that other desired programs or large sectoral increase may not have been materialized. Furthermore, long-standing spending pressures such as infrastructure projects and prices of rolling stock, for example, for fleet renewal, are noted as still requiring funding later in that regard, indicating that a considerable amount of the additional allocation remains subject to further decisions and revenue availability rather than just being committed at this stage in particular. Therefore, an important oversight question for Parliament is to seek detailed breakdown from government on how much of this 180 billion remains provisional, for which sectors it was originally intended for, and the precise criteria and timeline for its final allocation to ensure departmental certainty. The last point before I give the team, go to the next slide. Really, there's 2 points I want to also quickly run through. There's one on Operation Volunteer, where we do recognize that it's progressing to the second phase, and the budget does note is bottlenecks or some of the benefits from the phase 1. There is, however, concern that Parliament has to require very specific quantifiable reports in regard of this success, particularly around the macroeconomic impact, particularly where this has led to more growth and how has it impacted the macroeconomic performances. But also given the downward revision of the real GDP, and persistent economic constraint, Parliament should urgently request government to provide details on what accelerated timelines, enhanced monitoring mechanisms, and the key performance indicators are being implemented for phase 2 reforms to ensure more rapid, demonstrable impact on job creations and inclusive growth, in particular by the phase 2 of the Volunteer. And lastly, we do recognize that the budget does recognize some of the challenges in service delivery, but also we do highlight some of the concerns around service delivery. It's largely beyond fund itself, and there has to be some reforms and understanding of governance reform that takes place in some of the sectors of the economy, local government, and so on. So I will stop there, Chair, and give Dr. Alon to take us through the policy narrative, and I'll come back later. Thank you so much, Chair. Dr. Landi, take us through.
Thank you, Director, and good morning, honourable members and other colleagues on the platform. Next slide, please. In terms of the medium-term development plan, which is our government's 5-year plan to achieve economic growth of above 3%, reduce unemployment to below 28% by 2029-30, and one of the outcomes are also to create an equal society where no person lives in poverty, a cohesive and united nation, and we also want to create a capable and ethical state. Members, although only 3 priorities, government identified 26 outcomes with 1 or more indicator and target for monitoring progress for the implementation of these 3 priorities. The lead departments have been identified per outcome and will be supported by institutions for the implementation of the strategic interventions. Midterm targets has been set, as well as interim targets, and for these strategic interventions, and the DPME indicated that they will be monitoring progress with the implementation of the medium-term development plan, and regular reporting to Parliament will be provided. Next slide. So just in terms of the oversight role of Parliament, the first one is to ensure that government's vision, policies and plans and the associated budget processes are aligned with government's constitutional obligations and benefit society. Just in terms of our preliminary assessment of the alignment of the 2025 budget, shows that the selected performance indicators in the budget are not aligned to the 26 outcomes of the 2024-29 medium-term development plan. Many departments and public entities still align the budgets with the 2019 to 2024 medium-term strategic framework. So I really don't know how we're going to address this matter, whether errata will be submitted from departments or whether they will just make the changes or the adjustments during the adjustments budget. To prevent illegal and unconstitutional conduct on the part of the government, we've seen movement on this front. Specifically, lately, there was a case that was presented to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on the fraud at the National Lotteries Commission that has been addressed. But we also need to hold government answerable on how money is spent, which we regularly do on a quarterly basis. And then I'll skip a few, and then the last 2, to make government operations more transparent and increase public trust in the government. Members need to understand what are reflected in the fiscal framework. I will explain in one of the following slides. And then obviously we are doing public participation. Next slide. In terms of the consolidated budget, the total functional allocations amount to 6.69 trillion. This excludes the debt service cost. Learning and culture, still we spend the biggest proportion of our budget on learning and culture, currently 19.6%. It includes post-school education and training, as well as arts and culture, sport and recreation, of which basic education receives 13.4% of the consolidated budget. So although provisions have been made for the COVID-19 SRD grant, it has only been allocated in the function groups for 2025-26. It is not included in the consolidated spending in the outer years. This practice provides a skewed picture of the social function, but also the medium-term fiscal framework. Our director has mentioned this, and we are really concerned about all these provisional allocations. If a policy decision has been taken on some of this funding, it should be included and provide a more transparent fiscal framework to Parliament and the public. Debt service cost is still increasing over the medium term and is estimated to reach 17% of the consolidated budget in 27-28. Next slide. So members, these are the changes to the function budgets over the 2025 medium term since the 2024 medium term expenditure framework. Social development increased by 40.5%, but in fact, if this does not include the provisional allocations for the 2 outer years. Economic development, 23.8 billion, and the smallest increase is with community development at 6 and at 6 billion. Next slide. So most of these increases over the medium-term period is mainly due to an increase for the implementation of the public sector wage agreement. In terms of social development, I indicated the biggest increase in 2025-26 is the allocation of the COVID-19 SRD grant. Economic development, 23.8 billion. Net increase is mainly the result of an increase over the medium term for transfer to the South African National Road Agency for debt repayment and the maintenance backlog for the Gauteng freeway improvement. Peace and security, 13.6 billion net increase relates to increases of 6 billion to goods and services budget and 3.1 billion to compensation of employees, mostly for the carry-through effect of the Defence Force troops in the DRC. Community development, the 6 billion net increase is mainly due to urban development financing grant, while the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa received 2.8 billion. Next slide. So, as requested by some of our members, this table shows the detail of the additions funded over the 2025 NTEF period and changes made since the March budget. So, members, the proposed additional spending has been reduced from a total 232.6 billion from the second budget to 180.1 billion in the third budget over the 3-year period to align spending with revenue proposals. This is achieved mainly through the adjustments to provisional allocations. Members, you will see on the right-hand the column that includes all the reductions since the second budget, and you can see the provisional allocations for frontline services were adjusted by almost 20 billion, which is the total. But what members also need to realize is that a net amount of 141.8 billion over a 3-year period is provisionally allocated, meaning not appropriated and will be confirmed for spending once certain requirements have been met. The details of these provisional allocations will be finalized either during the 2025 adjustments budget or the 26 budget, and thereafter allocated to specific votes. Amounts of 18.7 billion in the current financial year is provisional, 60.7 billion in 26-27, 61.9 billion in 27-28, and a provisional allocation for the infrastructure fund of 424.9 million in 2027-28 are included in the main budget framework, but is not in the functional budgets. Another two that's not on this table, which is also provisional, is a transfer to PRASA and turnaround revenue generating services in metros. So the point that we want to make, members, is that all these provisional allocations are included in the fiscal framework, but they are not included in functional budgets. So we really need to focus on this and flesh this out, but we will also add some of the detail in our presentation on appropriations and the division of revenue. Thank you, members.
Good morning, members and other people in the meeting. My name is Siraj Mohammed. I'm the Deputy Director for Economics in the PBO, and I'm going to take you through the global and domestic outlook sections of our presentation. The graphs that you see on the left show the changes in the IMF's forecast from that they made in their January publication, the World Economic Outlook, and then their updates in May 25, and we see for 2025 and 2026 forecast the reductions across the world, advanced economies, emerging and developing economies, and South Africa, which unfortunately started the decline even before COVID. We see further declines during this period as well. The main cause for the lower growth forecasts across the globe was the USA tariffs caused immediate uncertainty and disruption within global value chains. that have already negatively affected trade growth, investment, and employment across the world. And it's uncertain the extent to which that is going to continue. And I think we're seeing a lot of globally and within South Africa investors holding back until they have more certainty as trade deals are negotiated and 90-day periods come to an end, and to see what happens after that. We've also seen disruptions affecting financial markets, including sovereign bond markets and others. Overall, as is always the case, the poorest are worse off, and developing countries, including those in Africa, are worse off. We're seeing a country like China, which is one of the major exporters in the world and gone through a process now of negotiating with the US, and we're waiting to see what happens after the 90-day period. But they are forecasting lower growth between 0.5 and 1% in China as well for the coming year and next year. We see fiscal deficits are expected increase in the USA and Europe, while the growth forecasts are down. In the USA, a lot of the deficit increase is going to be due to tax cuts on more wealthy individuals, but also we're expecting to see lower household consumption, which is a major part of US GDP by expenditure, coming down as the benefits and costs are passed on of the tax increases. In Europe, we're going to see, I think, the fiscal deficits increase because of increased military expenditure, and there's this the feeling of insecurity within Europe, causing a shift away from the austerity programs. Next slide, please. So the domestic outlook, the graph on this page shows using the growth percentage forecasts. I've adjusted that into real numbers using 2015 as a base year, looking at the different components of GDP by expenditure. And as we see, South Africa is still very much a large part of our growth is from households. We see general government playing an important role, but that as there's been fiscal consolidation and attempts to reduce the deficit and pay down debt, we're seeing those numbers stagnating over time, and we're seeing relatively low gross fixed capital formation numbers. The net exports, the X minus M, that's I think fairly uncertain still. We're not sure what's going to happen, but we do know that demand for South Africa's minerals exports particularly are going to decline because of problems caused by tariffs in global value chains. So the National Treasury has adjusted the growth forecast downwards in the third budget for 2025. And a lot of that is taking into account lower exports. However, we still feel that retaining optimistic forecast for investment over the MTF or the forecast may be overly optimistic, even though government is going to spend more on infrastructure over the next few years. South Africa, overall, though, we expect not to see major changes in growth because we're caught in a low economic growth trap because of extreme levels of unemployment, poverty, and inequality cause aggregate demand to be much too low. And when such a large percentage of your population struggles with unemployment, poverty, and inequality, a lot of what's happening on the supply side are going to end up causing marginal changes unless you have a huge growth in exports, which is not going to be likely in the current environment. Measures to reduce the budget deficit, sovereign debt, and lower debt repayments create large risks to social and economic stability, as acknowledgement of the extraordinary levels of violent crime on the global stage recently have shown. More policing and introducing new technology will do little to solve this problem, which is caused by structural unemployment and inequality in a highly concentrated economy. The evidence has shown that structural reforms have been insufficient since they were introduced to address unemployment, poverty, and inequality, that low aggregate demand and other important constraints remain the main cause for low growth. So securing income and social security through increased government provision is fundamental for moving South Africa out of a low growth trap. Next slide, please. The PBO has taken the numbers, expenditure, revenue, and numbers from this third budget of 2025, and we've put it into our economic model. And these are the projections that we've gotten as compared to the National Treasury and the IMF's projections for the 2025-2026 period, and for IMF it only goes up to 26, but for 2027 with the National Treasury, we see fairly similar outcomes. But I think the main takeaway points is that the projections show that the 2025 budget proposals fail to deliver the scale of growth necessary to meet the MTDP's ambition of exceeding 3% annual GDP growth. Aggregate demand and public investment remain too weak to unlock structural transformation. The South African economy remains extremely concentrated in terms of market share and wealth, with a high level of financialization. Therefore, the medium-term development program's goals, policy goals of inclusive growth require a shift away from fiscal consolidation towards strategic investments in infrastructure, public services, skills, and industrial policy. A budget aligned with the MTDP would prioritize developmental spending to crowd in private investment, support township and rural economies, and promote inclusive employment-led growth. Next slide, please. These are also forecasts which look at unemployment, inequality, and poverty. And levels of social assistance using the 2025 third budget's updated numbers. The PBO's forecast for UPI, unemployment, poverty, and equality projections for the MTF show minimal progress. Poverty and equality remains high. Unemployment shows a slow decline. Social assistance spending remains insufficient as a share of GDP to meet the developmental and redistributive goals of the MTDP. This suggests that the government is very likely to fall far short on delivering on key MTDP and NDP targets, particularly in employment, income security, and human development. The PBO's forecasts highlight a disconnect caused by inadequate budget allocations to address UPI and the developmental priorities set out in the MTDP and NDP. Next slide, please. This slide, because we've spoken about infrastructure investment, we're looking at the levels of infrastructure investment, and the graph on the right looks at the historical trend taken from the Reserve Bank data, looking at the infrastructure of investments for general government and public corporations as a percentage of GDP, and the columns in orange from 2021 take the numbers from the 2025 budget, where the appendix on infrastructure, where they've looked at general government, public corporations, and PPP expenditure. And what we see is that we still, as we showed in our previous presentation on the budget in March, that there's still going to be a large backlog. So the May 2025 budget suggests that the estimated 1 trillion increase in the government and public corporations spending on infrastructure will make a large contribution to economic growth. We do welcome this increase. However, it should be noted that the 2025 budget may be exaggerating the contribution this annual nominal level of infrastructure below 350 billion per annum over the MTF will have on the efficiency and the operation of the economy. The expected benefits of government infrastructure spending and a fund to leverage private sector infrastructure investment, including through blended finance, may very likely not be as large as anticipated. One is we don't expect the private sector to invest to clear up maintenance and backlogs, maintenance and delivery backlogs. They will pursue and even cherry-pick the most profitable infrastructure investments. A 2025 report by the British think tank ODI Global shows that governments have been unable to leverage private investment, including the use of blended finance, while the president of the World Bank refers to this whole notion of billions for trillions that was the dominant idea that shaped this idea that government could leverage private investment by setting up infrastructure funds and those things as unrealistic. And the chief economist of the World Bank recently described it as a fantasy. So I think we really need to be careful, and we need to think about government adequately investing directly in economic and services infrastructure. Next slide, please. My colleague Chipo will take us through the fiscal framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suraj. Chairperson, honorable members, I'll be taking you through our analysis on the proposed fiscal policy framework. I'll specifically focus on the fiscal framework, the implications of fiscal consolidation, what constitutes real fiscal credibility and sustainability, and whether the 2025 budget framework meets the standard. I'll also reflect on debt sustainability. I'll say something about borrowing costs, as well as the role or the limitations of fiscal anchors in our current policy environment. Now, the slide that you see in front of you just provides a snapshot of the proposed fiscal framework, which shows minor revisions in both revenue and expenditure when you compare to the MTBPS as well as the March budget updates. Now, despite nominal increases, the primary balance and the main budget balance projections do reflect ongoing fiscal tightening, and this consolidation part over the medium term aims to achieve a primary surplus. But as you will see, that this narrow focus has deeper implications for growth and service delivery. Next slide, please, Lwazi. Honorable members, we are now in the 13th consecutive year of fiscal consolidation, and yet it has not delivered on its intended outcomes of a lower debt to GDP and deficit levels, as you can see on the graph on your right. We also note that the 68 billion spending reduction from the March budget comes at the time when departments like education and health and police are facing significant spending pressures. Household incomes are constrained, investment remains weak, and unemployment is quite high. We also note that from the research, that international research from institutions like the IMF confirm that public investment stimulates economic growth, especially in high unemployment economies like ours. But despite this, public expenditure on basic services remains below many of our peers, and further cuts, or we caution that further cuts may deepen inequality and weaken the state's capacity to deliver. And this certainly raises future costs, both economically and socially. Next slide, please, Lwazi. Chairperson, we are quite concerned about the current framing of fiscal credibility in the 2025 budget. We think it's overly narrow. It's quite focused on just meeting deficit targets and satisfying financial markets. In our view, credibility in a democratic society should also be about the state's ability to deliver healthcare, to deliver quality education, housing and infrastructure. Honorable members, with deepening unemployment, rising multidimensional poverty, and social distress, a credible fiscal policy cannot simply aim to stabilize numbers. It must also stabilize lives. A framework that sidelines these development goals, in our view, loses credibility among citizens, even if it wins the praises of bondholders. Next slide, please, Lwazi. Now, on this slide, we asked a fundamental question: is the current fiscal framework credible? Well, if we only benchmark it on achieving a 77.4% debt to GDP target and a primary surplus, perhaps, but from a developmental and economic standpoint, we are of the view that it falls short. For instance, we note that the framework fixates on expenditure cuts without sufficient focus on revenue generation and inclusive growth. And this is despite the fact that ourselves and other researchers, including parliamentarians, have offered alternative ways in which we could generate revenue and grow the economy. The reversal of the proposed VAT increase is quite welcome, but it's offset by a regressive fuel levy that disproportionately burdens lower income households. And this we know because poor households spend about 40 to 50% of their income on food and transportation costs. And meanwhile, headline frontline services like education, like healthcare, are also set to fall, weakening public delivery, even as the budget claims to build state capacity. And I make this point because if you could look at the thick book that the National Treasury publishes along with other budget documents called the E&E, when you go and look at the personnel numbers for departments like education and healthcare, those are certainly declining over the medium term. Moreover, the fiscal framework also offers little adaptive capacity. Just 5 billion rand is allocated in contingencies, despite significant global and domestic risks. And finally, as my director also indicated earlier, we are also quite concerned about the large usage of unallocated provisional allocations, which in our view weakens planning by departments. We think it also undermines the ability of Parliament to influence and ensure that the objectives of good governance are part of the budget process. Next slide, please, Lwazi. Chairperson, one of the myths that we also must confront is that high debt precludes high social spending. In our view, it's not the size of the debt that matters. It's the cost, it's the currency denomination, it's also about how this debt is used. As you can see on the diagram on the right, South Africa's debt levels are not the highest when compared to other nations. But it is also true that our debt service costs are amongst the highest globally relative to GDP and revenue. But would like to make the point that there are fiscal and monetary tools that can help us reduce this high debt burden. And some of these include, for example, implementing capital controls to limit exchange rate volatility that's driven by speculative capital. We could be actively managing our debt portfolio through things such as debt switches and refinancing. We could be tapping into concessional finance and preferential lending. We could be leveraging DFIs in order to issue developmental and infrastructure bonds. And even in instances where there's economic shocks, we do think there could be better coordination with the South African Reserve Bank in order to ensure that there's cheaper borrowing. I think critically, all in all, we must ensure that even as we undertake debt, borrowing is directed towards productive investments that will yield future growth. Next slide, please, Lwazi. Finally, on the issue of fiscal anchors, we did note that the National Treasury has tabled, along with the budget documents, a discussion document on fiscal anchors, which proposes numerical rules, even though there's growing international evidence that rigid anchors are counterproductive. As the PBO, we have raised these concerns that arbitrary rules that limit flexibility and responsiveness do not help. For instance, when you look at the European Union, the EU rather, they are moving away from strict numerical constraints towards what's called standard-based governance that values investment quality and individual countries' national context. We also know when we look at the literature, economists like Ozech, Rubin, and Stiglitz, they also are arguing that in a more volatile environment, we should in fact be focusing on automatic stabilizers and flexible fiscal adjustments, which are far more effective. And therefore, adopting rigid fiscal anchors does pose a risk in terms of deepening cuts to infrastructure, to education, and to healthcare, precisely the areas that build long-term resilience as well as build equity. So in short, what we're saying here, Chairperson, is that fiscal anchors may offer superficial discipline, but they can also erode both the fiscal credibility and the developmental effectiveness if applied bluntly. In conclusion, I'll conclude by saying that South Africa's fiscal policy or fiscal framework reflects a constrained and conservative approach. A budget that increases real expenditure by merely 0.8% in real terms cannot be deemed a pro-growth budget. We are aiming to meet narrow fiscal matrices, and in doing so, we also risk deepening inequality and slow growth, as well as weakening the developmental state. In our view, a fiscal framework, or a credible fiscal framework for that matter, must balance both fiscal prudence with inclusive development, with resilience, and as well as long-term investment in our people and infrastructure. I do think it's time to reframe the conversation, certainly not around arbitrary debt targets, but around the type of economy and society that we are trying to build.
leave it there and give over to my colleague Lucy, who will address the expenditure and the tax aspects. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, honorable members. I'll now be taking you through the real spending trends, as well as the expenditure. Next slide, as well as revenue. Next slide, please. So here, honorable members, what we try to highlight is to show the differences between budget 2024, the March budget this year, as well as the May budget. And as members know, as National Treasury has also indicated, that they've revised downwards expenditure. So what the slide really is highlighting is that the average growth rate allocated by function groups in nominal terms is about 4.8%, which is higher than inflation. Inflation is expected to be 4.1%. However, when you take into account population growth, what you then find is that this is not an expansionary budget in real per capita terms, despite National Treasury's statement that this is an expansionary budget. In terms of function groups, it is not an expansionary budget, as it is not adequate in dealing with the current inflation plus the population growth that's happening simultaneously. Next slide, please. In this slide, honorable members, what we try to highlight again, comparing the different budgets, is to say that in the March budget, real per capita on social wage was projected to be 22,250 Rand per person in 2025-26. However, this value has been revised downwards to 20,069 Rand per person. But as already indicated by my colleagues, South Africa faces significant backlogs in public basic service provisioning. So these increases or even revisions downwards are not adequate in dealing with the backlogs that happen. And again, as I always highlight, members, in some sectors such as health, the increases in health are not adequate given the medical price inflation that the sector experiences. So for example, medical price inflation is about 9.5% on average, which is higher than the inflation, which was 4.1% in the medium term. Next slide, please. In this slide, again, members, to highlight that even though there's been a big discussion about social grants increasing and so forth, but to highlight that the real increases are only 1.5% for old age grants, war veterans, disability, foster care and care dependency grants, and the child support grant and grant in aid are only proposed to increase in real terms by 1.3%. There's significant studies in South Africa, a number of studies in South Africa that show that even though our social grant system has expanded to more people over time, the values of the grants themselves have not actually increased over time. In some years, grants were not adjusted by inflation and were below inflation. So it's important that even though this increase is welcome, but to also understand that over time, our value of our social grant systems haven't increased for the majority. And of course, grants are important in reducing poverty, as well as inequality and so forth. But to also show here that the Stats SA data shows that food insecurity in South Africa is higher for households that are grant reliant. So again, it speaks to the value of the actual grants. And as we always highlight, the SRD has not been adjusted in terms of, or has only been adjusted once. And so the value has been eroded. So now that the fuel levy is going to go up, it also means that the people who receive the SRD and other grants are going to be impacted by the cost of living adjustments or increases that are going to occur as a result of the fuel levy increasing. Next slide, please. In this slide, honorable members, you've seen it before, just to highlight that, previously the PBO has highlighted that the 11 billion proposed for the early retirement program should be revised. And we are happy to see that this number has been revised downwards to 5.5 billion in the May budget, which is a positive development. As we've always highlighted, it's important that when we think about the early retirement program, we also think about state capacity, and we also look at the number of professionals per population in the different sectors. And to also highlight that in sectors such as health, for example, nurses tend to be on average older, and therefore more of them are likely to retire, which means that we're going to lose that capacity there. Without a clear plan of how to replace those people, we're going to lose their skills and expertise, which erodes, state capacity and the ability to provision basic services at the levels that we aspire to. So we are happy with this revision downwards, and hope that there'll be further discussions about how to navigate capacity in terms of professionalizing the government system. Next slide, please. Now I'll be taking you through revenue trends and tax policy proposal. Next slide, please. In this slide, honorable members, again, we're showing you the differences between the different budgets. And of course, the budget 2024 had lower projections. The March budget was higher, and then the current budget revises downwards. As Treasury has indicated, the reason why they've revised the revenue proposal or revenue expectations downwards is because of the lower growth projection, the GDP growth projections, as well as the reversal of the VAT increase. Okay. I will continue. Sorry about that, honorable members. But just to say that the revisions are not so initially the projection for 2025-26 was 1.9 trillion, and then it was revised upwards to 2 trillion, and now it's slightly downwards at 1.99 trillion. And the table on the left there just shows you the differences or changes between the March and the May budget. So you can see there that there's been a 20.5 billion revision between the two budgets, and then 21.7 billion in 2026-27, and then 19.7 billion in 2027-28. Next slide, please. In this slide, honorable members, I think, to say between the three budgets as we compare them, the policy proposals for personal income tax have not changed. So in last year's 2024 budget, there was a medium-term expenditure expectation of revenue. And even in that budget, they had penciled in no inflationary adjustments to tax brackets and rebates and so forth. So that hasn't changed. But however, members, what we want to highlight in this slide is that initially Treasury had penciled in 8 billion in additional revenue from the global minimum corporate tax rate. And it is unclear if this is off the table completely or if it's been added to the CIT revenue. So something to ask about that we think it's important that members raise with National Treasury. Will there still be this expected 8 billion? What has changed? Where did that go? Because we do not see that in the current budget, as well as the electric vehicles tax incentive, which was penciled in again last year, where, we would lose about 500 million in terms of foregone revenue, which has also fallen off the current budget. So these are questions that we think members should be asking to National Treasury about what has happened to these corporate taxes that were initially penciled in the budget in 2024 budget. Next slide, please. In this slide, we're also again comparing the different budgets, what has happened. I think importantly is obviously we know that there's been an inflationary adjustment to the general fuel levy. That's what changes between the budgets. And of course, initially we had that and that has fallen off. But I'll be speaking shortly more about the fuel levy a bit more. Next slide, please. So in this slide, just to say to honorable members that the impacts of the personal income tax non-adjustment and fuel levy, as already highlighted, is going to have significant impacts for those particularly in middle and low income households. We've previously highlighted how tax changes, even the non-inflationary adjustments, can have progressive and regressive impacts. In this case, regressive for various income groups. So with tax bracket creep, so with the non-inflationary adjustments, we know that the taxpayers whose income climb by more than inflation may be pushed into higher tax brackets, even though their wages are not increasing in real terms, which means that they're going to be paying more in tax than what they'll be actually getting, which erodes their ability to consume, erodes their ability to take care of themselves and their families as well. And this obviously has a disproportional impact on low and middle income earners. And as well to say that bracket creep threatens the progressivity of the tax system. In most conversations or most discussions, we always say South Africa's personal income tax system is very progressive. However, if we were to systematically look at over time how bracket creep has actually impacted that progressivity, we might see a different story. And also to say that in the past, government has implemented partial bracket adjustments. So this is something that could have been considered and actually should be considered to say that if we're not going to adjust all the tax brackets, at least to consider for the lower 5 or 4 brackets to adjust for those particular groups if the revenue is so important that we feel that we can't adjust for the others. And in terms of the fuel levy impacts, I think all members are aware that it increases costs for consumers and businesses. Obviously, the immediate impact, like Seb was already highlighted, is the cost of transport. Transport is the 3rd largest contributor to household consumption, according to the Stats SA Income and Expenditure Survey, which was published this year. And of course, the fuel levy has ripple effects, which exacerbate the protracted cost of living crisis that many South Africans face. Next slide, please. And then in this slide, members, what we're saying is really that we could have done away. We didn't have to have a fuel levy. I mean, as members will know, it's only 4 billion of our revenue. However, we also know that it's 4 billion in terms of the cost, in terms of the fiscus, but the ripple effects are much greater. So here to say is that if government really believes in achieving a primary budget surplus so much, this could have still been achieved without increasing a fuel levy. So here we're showing what the revisions have been, the changes in the main budget framework between March and the May budgets. As you can see that actually what has changed more is that expenditure has been cut more, or the changes for expenditure are way larger than they are for gross tax revenue. So important for members to acknowledge that and to see that, to also understand that, again, we were going to have a main budget surplus, which equates to 359.3 billion. So if you take away that 4 billion for fuel levy, you could still have the primary budget surplus or main budget surplus either way. So the impacts are far greater than what they're being made out to be. Next slide, please. In this slide, honorable members, it's about excise taxes. So we already covered the personal income taxes, the direct taxes, the indirect taxes, and now on excise taxes. To say that I think for members to highlight that between the March and the May budget, it seems like there's an upward revision to how much government plans to collect from this tax, even though the numbers or the rate of the tax does not increase. So it's unclear there why those projections have changed. So for example, if you look at 2025-26, it was initially 1 billion, and now in the May budget, the expectation is that they'll collect 1.3 billion. So just something to take note of why the numbers changing. And here's to say that excise duties and alcohol continue to be above inflation, which is actually a goal that our country has, to say that we want to reduce the harmful use of alcohol in the country particularly. However, there hasn't been evidence whether this goal is being realized, right? So as members would have noticed, that business comes and says people substitute the legal goods for illegal or illicit alcohol and tobacco. So that's a concern. National Treasury has indicated that they wanted to propose a framework for an excise duty rate, which would be almost like a 3-year projection. And in 2024, they published a paper that they are going to be working on that. So that's something on the horizon that we need to look out for. Next slide, please. I'll now hand over to my colleague.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take you the committee. Good morning once again, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members and colleagues. I'm going to take you through the slides on the risk to the fiscus. With regards to contingent liability, what we are saying is that at the end of March 2025, government guarantee portfolio, it declined by 7 billion. And then also exposure increased by 6.1 billion. It's now sitting at 439.2 billion. This is important because a decline in guarantees might sound positive, but the increased exposure means then there's greater risk to the greater fiscal risk if the entities are unable to repay the what has been guaranteed. The termination of the land bank's 8 billion guarantee at the end of 2023, 2024 largely accounts for the decline. At the same time, Transnet's net drawdown of about 12.3 billion is the main reason the exposure is increased. This is because Transnet continues to reflect operational and financial strains. Transnet is also facing high debt levels, which then limit Transnet's ability to raise capital and to invest in infrastructure. So since 2018, the entity has redirected some funds from capital expenditure to debt servicing cost. We have also seen that rail freight volumes have also declined from 226 million tons in 2017-2018 to about 152 million tons in 2023-2024 due to derailments, operational efficiency, and infrastructure damage. Net loss to Transnet has also widened from 7.3 billion to 5.1 billion at the end of 2022-2023. However, there is some positive. We did see that there were noteworthy repayments, such as the 6.3 billion that was paid towards the SANRAL debt, as well as the 3.5 billion that went to the Reserve Bank Loan Guarantee Scheme. Contingent liabilities towards independent power producers remain low risk, according to National Treasury, although the government is committed to renewable IPPs procurement program, which currently stands at 277.9 billion. With regards to triple P, contingent liabilities declined by 600 million, and they're now sitting at 6.2 billion. So there are always questions around, SOEs. Are SOEs moving towards financial sustainability, or some of these guarantees are just setting up for future bailouts? Next slide, please. Next slide. Oh.
Continue, Mukundi. It's the next slide.
Oh, thank you. On this next slide, sorry, I had a glitch there on technology. Well, on this slide, we just provide an update on major SOEs, including Eskom. We saw that revenue within Eskom increased by 14%, reaching 295.8 billion, mainly due to an 18%. You will also recall that Eskom did a request for 36.15 electricity tariff for the 2025-2026 financial year, but the energy regulator approved 12.74. So we still foresee some of these challenges, Eskom are facing these challenges going forward. Despite that, electricity sales declined by 3% as other people and other organizations look for alternative sources of energy. Critically, Eskom's losses doubled to 55 billion, mainly due to tariffs that are not. So the 18.7%, for example, is not adequate to cover some of the operational costs that the Eskom covers. So persistent underperformance by the entity, high finance costs, as well as non-payment by municipality. We see that municipal debt to Eskom continues to increase. It increased from 74.4 billion in March 2024, and by December it was at 94.8 billion. By the end of March 2025, government will have advanced 140 billion in debt relief to Eskom. However, 4 billion was withheld because Eskom did not sell the Eskom finance company. And then moving on to the South African Post Office, it is still under heavy financial strain, although it downsized and then it closed 354 branches. There are still 657 branches operational, but it's operating in a very competitive industry. So there's a need for government to take critical decisions with regard to such an entity. The 2.4 billion that it received in 2022-2023 was used mainly for business rescue operations as well as for payments to creditors. Denel as well is still struggling to meet its obligation. It has accessed 914 million from the 3.4 billion that was allocated through the 2022 Special Appropriation Act. The funding is intended for legacy costs, capital investment, and restructuring. I've already spoken to issues around Transnet. So the key question then is that can infrastructure investment be sustained if most of these SOEs are actually financially weak, because they are the ones that government proposes they're gonna be critical in advancing infrastructure investment. Next slide, please. On the third slide, we're just providing an update on triple Ps. Government is placing more emphasis on public-private partnerships to help fast-track infrastructure development. From next month, June 2025, triple P projects below 2 billion will be exempt from lengthy approval processes. However, yes, this might speed up delivery of projects, but it also raises governance and risk concerns. So that process needs to proper oversight needs to be exercised. A new framework is also being designed to deal with unsolicited bids from the public-private sector, giving government more flexibility according to national treasury. Also, that process needs to ensure that proper checks and balances are in place to guard against abuse by the private sector. Over the medium term, the public sector capital investment is projected at 547.7 billion, mainly made up by capital transfers to public entities from the Fiscal, as well as SOEs themselves funding projects using a mixture of internal revenue and borrowing. So they also need to provide more insight, more oversight with regards to triple Ps, because they're not actually in the studies around the world. They've also indicated that they might not be the most suitable vehicle to deliver infrastructure delivery, because sometimes they end up being more expensive. Sometimes they then pass the cost to the consumers, and then that is not what we want. But however, we do see that government has indicated that capital payments is the largest. Is the largest item that grow by economic classification by 7.5%. However, if you check the numbers that were presented in March, they've been revised downwards by 6.7 billion, which is also an issue of concern. So those are some of the issues that we just needed to highlight. Thank you very much.
Next slide, please. Honorable members, I'll now be taking you through gender responsive budgeting, and then our director will conclude. As members know, the gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing framework was approved by Cabinet in 2019, which was supposed to be policy implemented in the 6th administration. However, there hasn't been significant developments in this end. In 2022 budget, the Treasury announced that they'd be implementing gender responsive budgeting in the 2023 MTBPS. However, that did not happen. And then in the 2024 MTF guidelines, they noted that they'd selected some departments to be part of the pilot program. There wasn't inclusion of it in the 2024 budget. And in fact, gender responsive budgeting was relegated to the appendix of the 2024 budget. However, things have changed and developed. In the 2025 budget, government has published a gender budget statement. And in this budget statement, gender budget statement, they also provide an update on what has happened in the pilot programs since 2024 MTF. Next slide, please. In this slide, honorable members, we've distributed this paper that the PBO has published about gender responsive budgeting and considerations for how to use gender responsive budgeting as a transformative tool or a set of tools to really transform our society. And one of the things the 3 issues that we take with the current approach to gender responsive budgeting, but also to highlight to members that in the late 90s, South Africa had a very successful gender responsive budgeting approach, which was initiated by the Women's Budget Initiative, and that Women's Budget Initiative sat in the finance committees, and that is partially why it was so successful. And so later on, when the Department of Women was established and there was a committee on women, the Women's Budget Initiative was moved out of the finance committees, which actually reduced their influence on the budget itself. So I think important that members consider that, particularly in these committees, about the importance of taking on a gender responsive budgeting approach. However, in the paper, what we highlight is that the current fiscal framework of fiscal consolidation currently would not mean that gender responsive budgeting will be implemented successfully or transformatively, because we currently have expenditure ceilings, incrementalism, and so forth, which are not created in a way that or designed for a meaningful implementation of gender responsive budgeting. We'd have to rethink how we think about fiscal policy to begin with, and how our current fiscal policy perpetuates structural inequalities. The second issue that we highlight is gender expenditure tagging. So when you use expenditure tagging, which is what's happened in the pilot, where they've identified where there's budgets, what has now become budgets for women. But gender responsive budgeting is not budgets for women. It is about a transformative framework that takes into account all genders and intersectionally so. So here what we're highlighting is that most public expenditure is public expenditure. So how would we tag whether a road, for example, disproportionately or appropriation is more beneficial for women versus men and so forth? And that is a very reductionist way of thinking about the budget. So what's going to end up happening with this current approach is that we're going to end up with budgets for women. How much are we spending on women specifically? So it ends up being just about programs that are directed at women. But what about boys? What about girls? The current gender budget statement does not even include children, and doesn't engage so much about unpaid care work and so forth. And lastly, there's a lack of revenue side consideration. So, for example, we always said that tax impacts are not gender neutral. There were great studies in the late 90s around this in South Africa specifically about how different people are impacted differently by tax policy. And something to think about, SARS does publish or sex disaggregated data, not gender, sex disaggregated data, but not much has been done on that front to think about it. And lastly, to say that National Treasury had committed to doing a review of the VAT impacts on different groups of people in 2018, and this still hasn't been done, even though National Treasury did propose a VAT increase without having done the study. So that's another area that we could think about in terms of gender impacts or gendered impacts of revenue policy specifically. I'll now hand over to my director to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Chairperson and members and colleagues, our analysis really highlights opportunities, the positive aspects of the budgets when you look at the infrastructure development, social protections efforts, but also some of the key challenges that the budget brings us. Particularly, we emphasize the need for reconciliation of certain aspects of fiscal framework, particularly when you look at the reliance on the consolidation and some of the classic tax measures. Given our challenges, social-economic challenges, we feel a more reality-based and more responsive economic policies is necessary beyond just stability. And really, importantly, we need to align our budget to the medium-term development priorities, particularly some of the areas that we highlight them. Effective structural reforms demand addressing deep-seated economic realities like some of the economic challenges like vacancies, concentrations, historical inequalities, and really necessitates balanced and more expansionary fiscal, particularly realizing some of the developmental objectives. We advocate for rigorous parliamentary oversight and evaluation of the budgets, the 2020 budgets projections and outlooks, particularly considering the global uncertainties and potential unintended consequences from tax increases as well. We emphasize that all budget proposals in tax measures changes, as I said before, are subject to parliamentary approvals as mandated by the Constitution through the Money Bills Act, ensuring accountability in fiscal policy. Consistent with the prior year's Finance Committee's recommendations, we call for continued dialogue to optimize fiscal framework for sustainable and equitable economic development, fostering jobs and creation of employment in particular. Chairperson, members, thank you so much. We trust that our analysis contributes to a more informed and effective budget implementation process. Our key highlights will also be taken into account. Thank you so much. The additional slide, but thanks so much for the opportunity and sorry for taking so much time. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Chair. Members.
Thanks, Dr. Ganges and your team. Can we now invite FFC, Dr. Mbava and your team?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning to the honorable members and good morning to my colleagues at PBO. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Chair. If I can ask for our slides to be flighted, Chen.
Yes, Chair, it's coming on. Gianni will share.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I could please get permission, Honorable Chairperson, to share the slides.
Who should I give the permission to? Dr. Mbava or Chen?
It is Gianni.
Gianni.
Oh, yes, thank you so much.
Done. You can go.
Yes, thank you so much. There we go. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gianni. Thank you so much to Chairperson and members for allowing the Financial and Fiscal Commission to comment on Budget 2025. If we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you so much. In terms of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and the relevant legislative prescripts, the Financial and Fiscal Commission tables before this House its submission encompassing the Commission's research and recommendations concerning financial and fiscal matters in Budget 2025. The analysis and recommendations include revenue laws and tax proposals as the fiscal framework, the Division of Revenue Bill, the Appropriation Bill, and any other bills relevant to financial and fiscal matters. If you can go to the next slide, please. In terms of our mandate is found in Section 220 of the Constitution and specific to also Section 214, 218, 228, 229, and 230 of the Constitution. Next slide, please. In terms of the recommendations of the Commission, these are informed by the Constitution, specifically guided by the national interest, the national debt, the capacity of the municipalities and provinces to provide basic services and perform their functions, and any other financial and fiscal matters. Next slide. Part 3 of the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act, as well as the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, also mandates the Commission to make recommendations on Budget 2025. Next slide. In this slide here, I'd like to give it to the Head of Research to take us through the research cycle of the FFC. Thanks so much.
Thank you and good morning, Honorable Chair and Dr. Chair, if he's on the platform, and colleagues from the other organizations. My name is Chen Sang, Head of Research at the Financial and Fiscal Commission. Honorable Chair, members, I think this is not the first time, but I think it's only right due to time that I also share that we are due to table per Section 9 of the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act, as my chairperson earlier pointed out, our annual submission for the Division of Revenue with FFC recommendations. And you may wonder, why are we highlighting that? It's because, in fact, in terms of the law, in terms of the Constitution, this is the starting line, the bang of the gunshots of the budget process. In terms of the Act, it says 10 months before the financial year and the tabling of the main budget, that's next year. And 10 months before that, it's end of this month. And the beginning of June, and it will be next week, we shall also be having our media briefing in line with the Section 9 of the IGFR Act, where we will table our submission for the budget for the divisional revenue, but in fact is rather called it the budget as a whole. Because another thing that perhaps I think we've all learned throughout this year is that there is no separation, there is no such thing as just the divisional revenue bill, there is no such thing as just the Appropriation Act. It's actually budgets, fiscal framework, tying in both the revenue side of the equation and as well as the expenditure side. And so let me therefore go into the macroeconomic. Next slide. In the macroeconomic and the fiscal strategy. Honorable Chair members, let me start by saying that I think the mystery deepens still with the fundamental question: why has our fiscal sustainability continued to deteriorate despite the implementation of fiscal consolidation and austerity? Shall we attribute this to global forces? Maybe we want to blame the United States, China, or broader international trends? Or point fingers at domestic actors, the private sector, households, importers, exporters, investors, lenders? Shall we perhaps fault the population itself for growing? No, I'd submit, Honorable Chair members, with facts that despite our declared commitments to fiscal austerity, consolidated expenditure, as pointed out by National Treasury as well, grew by 6.12% in 2024 and is projected to rise by a staggering 7.54% in 2025 in this budget, far outpacing the current inflation rate year on year of just 2.7% till March and 2.8% till April. This raises a critical question, Chair. Why has the public and this Parliament been led to believe that fiscal consolidation is taking place? And more importantly, who is responsible for this misrepresentation? Furthermore, Honorable Chair members, we must clarify a persistent misconception in our fiscal discourse. The true measure of debt sustainability is not merely the debt to GDP ratio, but rather debt service as a percentage of exports of goods, services, and primary income. Because sustainability hinges on our capacity to repay debt through income generation. This is the same for any household, any companies, any country. If we continue to misinterpret this, we undermine our own credibility and jeopardize our standing, our creditworthiness in the eyes of both domestic and international creditors. I will be happy to come back to this again during the Q&A. Honorable Chair members, let me hand over to Gianni to take you through and the rest of the team on this presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to our chairperson and head of research, and a very good morning to the honourable chairpersons and honourable members on the platform. In terms of employment and economic growth, briefly, the Commission reiterates its previous findings from the 2024 MTBPS that the South African economy shows signs of transitioning towards a service-oriented economy, particularly with the growth of transport, trade, and the finance industries. Key to note here is the inelastic relationship of employment and GDP in the public sector. And this points to an urgent need to address inefficiencies and failures in service delivery in the public sector. Moving on to the FFC's macroeconomic projections, the Commission notes that the National Treasury has revised its economic growth forecast for the 2025-26 fiscal year downward from 1.9 to 1.4% and averaging at 1.3% over the 1.6%, apologies, over the medium term. This growth projection has moved closer to the Commission's forecast range. However, over the medium term, the Commission's forecast is still lower at 1.1%. And importantly, the Commission would like to emphasize that its growth projection does include a lower bound growth projection of negative 1.6% over the medium term, supported by a 95% confidence interval, which then raises significant recessionary risks in the economy. In terms of the fiscal policy and outlook, as the Commission emphasized in its 2024 MTBPS, and as our head of research has emphasized, historical data shows that total government expenditure has consistently outpaced government revenue since 2008, indicating a widening fiscal gap between revenue and expenditure, and essentially a path of fiscal expansion. This raises the concern of a deepening debt cycle in the economy, as over the medium term, there's no indication of balancing the main budget with debt considerations. And this is essentially suggestive of an urgent need to reach a zero-balanced budget to avoid a debt spiral through effective debt and expenditure management interventions. Then the Commission would like to emphasize the role of debt redemptions. The total financing requirements of the government are intensified by debt redemptions, which the Commission would like to emphasize are a direct first charge on the National Revenue Fund and therefore do represent a significant fiscal risk. Over the medium term, the government's maturing debt is estimated to total 609.8 billion. The data in the figure also shows that debt redemptions consume a significant proportion of total revenue. And if we use 2025-26 revenue as the baseline, then debt redemptions have the potential of reaching approximately 20% of revenue in 2029-2030. Another aspect to note in the Commission's analysis is the significant change in the yield of South African bonds, government bonds. The figure shows that the required returns on investment and borrowings topped 10.7% for the South African 10-year government bond, signaling heightened fiscal and economic uncertainty on the sovereign bonds from the bond market, as well as raising the interest costs on debt. Then, with respect to the 2025 Eskom Debt Relief Bill, the Commission would like to emphasize that in the 2023 Eskom Debt Relief Bill, that bill made provision for 40 billion rand for the 2025-26 fiscal year, which has now been raised to 80.2 billion rand. Now, while the Commission does appreciate that the provision amounts to 20 billion less than the total 110 billion envisaged in the 2023 bill, what the Commission is concerned over is essentially the separate treatment of the additional 70 billion made provision in the 2023 bill, as termed as a debt takeover arrangement, planned as a direct charge still, as this has created some ambiguity and lack of transparency between the two bills and what the intention behind the separate treatment of that 70 billion is. Transparency, the Commission would like to highlight, is particularly in the handling of debt bailouts to SOEs, which have significantly worsened South Africa's fiscal stance, will be crucial for enhancing fiscal credibility. Now, with respect to the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill, the Commission notes that the proposed amendments concern primarily the two-part retirement system and seeks to bring about some certainty and conditionality on members' interest in the three components of the two-part system, namely the retirement component, the savings component, and the vested component. Turning now to revenue trends and building to the FFC's proposed fiscal strategy. On this slide, the Commission turns to its analysis of revenue GDP elasticity in relation to revenue and GDP growth. The Commission notes and welcomes the return to a positive tax buoyancy in the 2025 budget, with the revenue GDP elasticity for the 2024-25 fiscal year having increased to 1.1. This is relatively proportional to GDP growth. Now, in order to derive the Commission's proposed fiscal consolidatory paths, the Commission analyzed the collected and revised revenue growth and projected revenue. In nominal terms, the Commission estimated revenue growth at 6.7% over the long term, and this essentially provides insights into the revenue outlook and what will be needed in order to reach a zero-balance budget between revenue and expenditure in order to restore fiscal sustainability. Honourable members, this brings us to the FFC's proposed fiscal consolidatory path. The Commission recognises that South Africa's fiscal crisis has deepened and that the path to reaching a zero-based budget has become more stringent. The 3-year plan of fiscal consolidation proposed will require stringent fiscal discipline, capping expenditure growth at 0.2% until 2027-28, after which expenditure may then increase in line with long-term revenue. Alternatively, a 5-year plan is suggested where expenditure growth would decrease to 2.9% in 2025-26 and step down to 2.6% in 2029-30. This is in line with the latest inflation expectations over the medium term, and thus presents an opportunity to reorganize the fiscal framework to reach a zero-balanced budget and improve government efficiency within the next 5 years in terms of the 5-year fiscal consolidatory plan. Honourable members, to conclude this section, the Commission considered the government's ongoing contingent liability, which has been revised upward by 9.4 billion. Eskom, independent power producers, and Transnet remain at the epicentre of the government guarantee exposure, representing 53.8% of total guarantees. And in this slide, just shows a bit more detail into the government guarantee exposure, highlighting specifically these 3 entities. The most important takeaway, however, is that the Commission emphasises and would like to reiterate is that the crisis in South Africa's SOEs continues to pose a serious threat to the national fiscal sustainability through its depletion of public resources and hindering economic growth and service delivery by essentially diverting funds away from other key priority areas. Honourable members, I'd like to highlight then the recommendations emanating from this section. With respect to the 2025 Fiscal Framework and Revenue Strategy, the Commission recommends that the government embark on a clear fiscal consolidatory path that essentially achieves a zero-balance budget. And this is especially given that the current inflation is lower and in line with the 5-year fiscal consolidatory path the Commission has proposed. Furthermore, the Commission recommends that National Treasury strengthen its transparency and rationale used surrounding the assumptions that underpin its growth forecasts. With respect to the 2025 Revenue Laws Amendment Bill, as well as the Public Sector Pension and Related Payments Bill, the Commission reiterates the need for strategic realignments to improve productivity in public spending. One of these avenues is through addressing redundant positions and ensure realignment with core mandates. The Commission also urges that the government expedite its commitments made in the 2024 MTBPS, particularly concerning managing the public service wage bill through cost containment measures, including the implementation of the early retirement program. And then finally, with respect to the 2025 Eskom Debt Relief Bill, Amendment Bill, the Commission expresses its concern regarding the fiscal ambiguities as highlighted across the 2023 and the 2025 Eskom Debt Relief Bill. And furthermore, the Commission reiterates its previous call on improving the governance of SOEs, thoroughly evaluating their operational models and streamlining operations by disposal of non-core assets. Honourable members and Chairperson, with your permission, I'll now hand over to my colleague Fabrice to take you through the 2025 Appropriation Bill. Thank you.
Thanks, Gianni, and good morning, Chair, honourable members of the committee and colleagues. So I'll take you through our analysis of the 2025 Appropriation Bill. The 2025 Appropriation Bill earmarks 1.2 trillion for the 25-26 fiscal year, which is an increase of close to 70 billion from what is the preliminary outcome for 2024-25. Now, as you'll see on the table on the screen, the social development vote commands the largest share at 25.2%. So this clearly reaffirms our government's dedication to social welfare and poverty alleviation through critical grant programs. The cooperative governance vote follows with a 11.2% share, reflecting substantial transfers to provinces and municipalities critical for local service delivery. However, a crucial observation emerges. Votes that are focused on economic development and innovation, such as science, technology, and innovation, small business development, and trade, industry, and competition, each receive less than 1% of the total appropriation. This raises a significant question. Are we sufficiently prioritizing the sectors that are vital for long-term industrial growth, innovation, entrepreneurship, and overall stimulating our economic activity? So therefore, one must consider if the balance truly serves our national development goals. On the next slide, we delve into how the budget allocations align with past expenditure and future needs. These next few slides will highlight the percentage of over or under expenditure from the 2023-24 fiscal year, alongside the changes between the 2025 and 2024 appropriation bills for the 2025-26 financial year. Our aim here is to gauge budget responsiveness. So where over expenditure or overspending, on which occurred in the 23-24 financial year, would ideally see an increase in budget planning for 25-26. So we'll refer to this, the 2024 appropriation bill allocations for the 25-26 fiscal year as our baseline. So looking at the basic education vote, the Commission does welcome the 4.3% upward revision for 2025-26 compared to budget 2024. It's noticeable that this follows a 5.7% underspending in the 23-24 fiscal year. Nonetheless, the increased allocation signals a continued commitment to strengthening early childhood development, with 10 billion allocated over the medium term and 2 billion in 25-26, as outlined in the March 2025 budget. The May 2025 budget outlined an additional 9.5 billion, which will be allocated over the medium term for teacher retention and staffing. However, a significant concern does remain. There's been a downward revision of provincial education compensation and ECD expansion over the medium term, from an allocation of 29.5 billion in the March 2025 budget to 19.5 billion in the May 2025 budget. Most critically, an 84 million reduction in the workbooks and learner, teacher, and support materials remains unchanged from the figures that were outlined in March. Now, this risks exacerbating educational inequalities, particularly in under-resourced schools, and this is a critical area that still needs to be addressed. Moving on to defense, we observe a 6.3% increase for 25-26 compared to the 2024 budget, following a 9.3% over spending in 23-24. Now, while the medium-term allocation for the SADC mission in the DRC has been reduced from 5 billion in the March 2025 budget to 3 billion in the May budget, SANDF's 25-26 allocation for troop withdrawal cost has increased from 1.8 billion to 3 billion. Now, this does address a concern that the Commission previously highlighted in our 2024 MTPBS submission regarding the disproportionate fiscal burden on South Africa for regional peacekeeping missions. On the health vote, this is set to increase by 1.7% for the 25-26, despite 3% underspending in 23-24. This increase is primarily for supporting medical doctor employment and increasing medical supplies, as well as continuing the work for preparing the NHI. The Commission welcomes in the May 2025 budget provision for the 6.7 billion for health interventions aimed at deploying doctors and preserving health posts. The Commission does believe that this is crucial in strengthening our public healthcare system. That said, the withdrawal of PEPFAR funding is a serious concern, as the Minister did highlight that it will necessitate additional spending later this year. For higher education, there's been a minimal 0.2% upward adjustment for the 25-26 fiscal year, which follows 2.8% underspending in 23-24. Now, this modest increase raises questions about its alignment with the rollout of the Missing Middle Student Loan Program. The 55.4 billion transfer to NSFAS, down from 55.8 billion in the 24 budget, also remains unchanged in the May 2025 budget. The Commission here remains deeply concerned about the persistent maladministration at NSFAS, emphasizing the urgent need for improved governance, financial controls, and transparency. Also, shifting the missing middle funding to loans instead of grants may increase the financial burden on future graduates. On the next slide, you'll see the Home Affairs vote is slated for a 3% increase in 25-26, following a significant 14% overspending in 23-24. Now, this suggests the current revision might still be inefficient to meet departmental needs. A reduction has also occurred in the digitization and human resource capacitation allocation. The 3.3 billion over 3 years, which included 1.5 billion for 25-26 that was outlined in the March budget, has been slashed to 965 million, with only 470 million for 25-26. Crucially, as you'll see in the May 2025 budget review, it now only refers to as digitization. Therefore, the human resource element or jobs and training element has been dropped, with the focus now with this focus wanting serious attention as to why they chose to get rid of this particular focus. On the mineral resources and energy vote, despite a 6.6% underspending in 23-24, there's been a 6.5% increase for 25-26 compared to the baseline, indicating some budgetary inconsistency. The focus here remains on implementing a modern, transparent mining rights system and supporting the rehabilitation of mines, aligning with what was already outlined in the March 2025 budget. On police, the vote shows a 1.3% increase for 25-26, following a 3.3% overspending in 23-24. The Commission would like to once again highlight the need for a focused approach when it comes to combating emerging threats like cybercrime, as well as threats like extortion, protection racketeering, as has been identified in the 2023 Global Crime Index. On the next slide, we analyze the Public Works and Infrastructure vote, which sees a 3.6% reduction in 25-26 compared to what was outlined in the same fiscal year in the 2024 MTEF. Now, this follows a 5.4% underspending in 23-24. Most critically here, we'd like to highlight that the expanded Public Works program for 25-26 faces an unchanged close to 18 million reduction when compared to the 2024 budget, as confirmed in both the March and May budgets. Now, this reduction may severely limit the EPW's capacity to create much needed short-term employment opportunities, particularly for low-skilled workers. The Commission here urges a comprehensive review and investigation into the infrastructure investment returns and the implementation and its implementation, as well as looking to tackle the current existing bottlenecks. On social development, what we'd like to highlight here is that there continues to be a misalignment between the expenditure and planning points, which points to persistent inefficiency in grant disbursement and contributes to fiscal uncertainty. The primary increase, the result of the increase to the vote that we see in the 25-26 fiscal year has been done to the extension of the SRD grant for another year until March 2026. And while the above inflation adjustments to permanent social grants, excluding the SRD for 25-26, remain unchanged in the May 2025 budget, the above inflation increases for the outer years have been withdrawn, which points to a savings of 6.6 billion over the medium term. We do like to highlight here that the Commission remains concerned about the lack of inflationary adjustment for SRD grant recipients. Furthermore, the unchanged 300 million for SRD grant administration that was outlined in the March 2025 budget does raise questions around the Departments of Social Development's role in administrating this and why such a large amount is needed. Moreover, the Commission does welcome the May 2025 budget speech announcement where the Minister outlined that they would explore mechanisms to link the SRD grant with employment initiatives, which aligns with a previous recommendation that the Commission did make. Finally, on the women, youth, and persons with disabilities, we see a large upward revision of 74.3 for 25-26. Now, this substantial revision, following a 4.3% underspending, does highlight some budget inconsistency, but the increase is noted to be allocated to the National Youth Development Agency under the Presidential Employment Initiative, which remains unchanged from the March 2025 budget. Besides the votes, the next slides show that our analysis of the direct charges against the National Revenue Fund, which are nearly as substantial as the total national vote appropriation at 1.1 trillion for 25-26. As you can see, the provincial equitable share accounts for 56.8% and debt service costs for just over 38%. The data indicates that there's 4.6% under budgeting, so i.e. overspending for debt service costs in 23-24. Therefore, the modest upward adjustments of around 3% from its 2024 MTEF baseline may not be adequate to meet our burgeoning debt obligations. On the provincial equitable share, it shows spending pressure with 1.3% over expenditure in 23-24. As such, the minor upward revision of about 1% for 25-26 may not be sufficient to meet provincial spending needs, potentially straining service delivery. And then while the direct charges for the President and Deputy President's salaries and International Oil Pollution Compensation Fund do show large fluctuations percentage-wise, if you look at in the absolute figures, it's still quite relatively small. We do, however, like to highlight that a key concern arises with the 7.9 billion allocated for the public sector pensions, post-retirement medical benefits, and other entitlements for 25-26, alongside the 2.2 billion for this financial year for early retirement costs. Given that early retirement should translate to early access to pension funds and medical aid, the Commission does question the rationale for these additional provisions. Lastly, if we looking at the public sector pensions and related payments bill on the next slide, this bill aims to designate specific public sector pension and post-retirement benefits as direct charges against the National Revenue Fund, facilitating payments predating the current retirement policy framework. Now, the Commission does want to highlight that it's essential that this bill clearly defines the responsibilities of the employer, the government employees pension fund, and the employees with clear policies, processes, and procedures. The employee's primary responsibility should remain timely deductions and the transfer of pension contributions to the GEPF. Employees are expected to maintain contributions until early retirement. Critically, the GEPF, in conjunction with National Treasury, must manage the pension fund and fiscus with a clear distinction between what are early withdrawals and genuine fiscal savings to mitigate any adverse impacts on the National Revenue Fund. Transparency and accountability are paramount here. In terms of the Commission's recommendations, I'd like to highlight in terms, firstly, on the 2025 Appropriation Bill. The Commission urges the utilization of historical expenditure trends to create more efficient and consistent MTEF budgets, leading to savings and enhanced fiscal credibility. Secondly, ministers should reassess mandates to align spending with strategic national goals. And finally, on the public sector pension and related payments bill, the Commission calls for greater clarity and defined roles for the public sector pension provisions and early retirement costs to ensure fiscal transparency and sustainability, especially regarding the new public sector pension and related payments bill. Through you, Chair, I'll hand over to my colleague to go through the next section. Thank you.
Before that, can I check if my honorable members are still with us on the visual platform? Honorable members, are you still there? Are you
Still here,
listening to
Chair.
me?
Yes,
We are
we
here.
We are
Okay.
here. We are here.
Okay.
Hello.
Thank you.
Amanda.
Thank you. Thank you.
Amanda, Chair.
We're listening to wisdom here. We're here listening to wisdom. We're fine.
Yes, thank you, TG. Can you continue?
Good day, Chairperson. Good day to all chairpersons present and all honorable members and all colleagues present on the platform. I will take you through the division of revenue as it relates to provinces. Next slide. Just to remind honorable members here that provinces are heavily reliant on the intergovernmental fiscal transfers that is in the form of the funding from the provincial equitable share, as well as the funding from the conditional grants. Hence, transfers to provinces constitute just over 41% of the main budget in the 2025-26 financial year. What we have noted here is that there have been some minor adjustments or changes that have been made in the 2025 budget compared to the 2024 budget with respect to both provincial equitable share and conditional grants in the 2025-26 and 2026-27 as shown in the table. With respect to the provincial equitable share, as you can see in the table, the 2025-26 budget has been adjusted by 0.9%, while it has been adjusted by 0.7% in 2026-27. That is 0.9% is for 2025-26 and a 0.7% adjustment for 2026-27. While on the other hand, national grants have been adjusted by 1.4% in 2025-26 and by 1% in 2026-27. Next slide. With respect to the provincial equitable share per province now, allocations to all provinces have been increased in both financial years, that is 2025 and 2026, 2025-2026, and 2026-27, with exception of two provinces, which is Gauteng and Northwest, as illustrated in the graph.
We can see here that the provincial equitable share allocation for Gauteng decreased by 0.8% in 2025-26, while allocation for the Northwest Province decreased in both financial years by 0.3% in 2025-26 and by 1.9% in 2026-27. Adjustments made to provincial equitable share are mainly due to the impact of data updates on the formula components and additional allocations outside the provincial equitable share, which is a great concern for the Commission. It is key to note that these allocations that are outside the PS formula are allocated to some provinces, but not to all provinces, and are distributed equally in some instances, to all provinces. This, according to the Commission, is a concern because it undermines the certainty of the PS formula as an intergovernmental fiscal relations instrument. Next slide. With respect to the conditional grants, significant adjustments between the 2024 and 2025 budget have been made in basically three conditional grants. That is the NHI, the indirect component of the NHI, the school infrastructure backlog grant, and the education infrastructure grant. As illustrated, you can see what's happening here as illustrated in the graph. The NHI, the indirect component, has been increased by 35.8% through the budget facility for infrastructure and funding to fund for the district hospital, which is in Limpopo. While the school infrastructure backlog grant has been reduced by 8.4% in 2025-26 financial year and by 75.9% in the 2026-27 financial year. This reduction is as a result of the historically poor performance of indirect grant that has been merged with the direct grant, which is the education infrastructure grant from 2025-2026. The education infrastructure grant has increased by 7.4% and 17.6% in 2025-26 and 26-27 respectively. This is mainly as a result of merging these two grants, the school infrastructure grant, school backlog infrastructure grant, and education infrastructure grant. Next slide. With respect to specific provincial grants and adjustments that have been made by province now, the education infrastructure grant, what we see there is a significant increase, which has been made for the Western Cape, both in the 2025-26 and the 2026-27, which is over 90%. That is 90% for 2025-26 and 94% for 2026-27. And this increase is as a result, or is the funding for Cape Rapid Schools Build program through the budget facility infrastructure. However, what we see here is that across other provinces, though not as significant as Western Cape, all other provinces have received, or allocations have been adjusted upwards for 2025-26. With respect to health facility revitalization grant, there's an upward adjustments that have been made to all provinces for 2025-26 financial year. This is as a result of unallocated component of the grant in the 2024 budget being converted and allocated to provinces in the 2025 Division of Revenue Bill. With respect to CASP, there's been insignificant increase of 3.4% and 1.6% in 2025-26 for Gauteng and Mpumalanga, while there's been a significant reduction for all other provinces, as you can see, as a result of a reprioritization that has taken place. The provincial roads maintenance grant, there's been a significant increase for all provinces, with province like Gauteng increasing by over 120%,
This increase is due to the conversion of unallocated fund in the 2024 Division of Revenue Bill to direct provincial funding, which is based on incentives and performance indicators. Next slide. With respect now to the recommendations that are coming from this analysis as they relate to provinces, the Commission warns against the extensive use of multiple phase-in and additional allocations outside the provincial equitable share formula, and adjusting provincial allocations without objective or clear justifications. The Commission is of the view that this practice creates uncertainty and may lead to intergovernmental fiscal dispute. Secondly, the Commission welcomes the incentive components of grants to encourage grant performance, as we've seen that there are areas or there are sectors where there's been this incentive grant that has been introduced. However, the Commission recommends a greater transparency of the formula determining allocations from these allocated funds or portion. Thirdly, the Commission supports the merging of conditional grants. For example, CASP has been merged with ILIMA, and this is in line with the Commission's recommendation. But the Commission, however, recommends greater transparency in criteria, processes, procedures to simplify and amplify the grant impact. And lastly, the Commission awaits the development and implementation of a single electronic system that includes live health record information as per the Commission's recommendation for Division of Revenue 2020, 21, 22, and again, as it was reiterated by the President during SONA earlier this year. Chairperson, through you, let me hand over to Kuso to present the last section. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabelo, and good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Co-Chairpersons, Honorable members and colleagues. So I'll be taking you through the last section of the presentation, which focuses on the Division of Revenue Bill as it relates to the local government sphere. So the sphere, as we know it, plays a crucial role in supporting the delivery of the basic services of water, of sanitation, electricity, and waste removal. However, its ability to function effectively depends on adequate funding and sound fiscal policies. So the 2025 budget presents some adjustments in local government allocations that will be examined in this section, which includes the overall share allocated to the sphere, the changes in equitable share distribution, and the shifts in conditional grants. In the 2025 medium-term expenditure framework, the local government share of the main budget is set to increase slightly, rising from 9.5% in 2025-26 to 9.8% in 26-27, before settling at 9.7% in the outer year. And when we compare the 2025 Division of Revenue Bill to the 2024 baseline for 2025-26, we see that DOR 2025 did not make any changes to the local government equitable share for 2025-26 and 26-27, while conditional grants decreased by 0.7% in 2025-26. But overall, the local government transfers for the 2025-26 financial year decreased by 0.2% relative to its baseline in the 2024 Division of Revenue Bill. Next slide, please. So this slide here presents an analysis of the local government equitable share by municipal categories, highlighting percentage variances for the 2025-26 and 2026-27 financial years. And what we see is that although the local government equitable share remains unchanged, we observe some significant internal shifts in allocations, whereby metropolitan municipalities have experienced reductions of 0.3% in 25-26 and 2% in 2026-27, while category B and C municipalities have received 0.1% and 0.2% increases respectively in 25-26. So this redistribution, if you just move to the next slide, please. This redistribution benefits provinces such as the Limpopo province, as we see on the graph in the slide, and the Eastern Cape, which are rural provinces. But it also means that urban areas, including the Gauteng province and the Western Cape province, will receive less funding. But the point perhaps to make is that while redistribution is necessary to promote equity, we must carefully consider how these changes will impact service delivery in our largest cities where economic growth and population density continue to rise. Next slide, please. On this slide here, we look at conditional grants, which provide targeted funding for specific municipal functions. And what we see here is that conditional grants have undergone notable changes in the 2025 budget. Overall, the conditional grants have been reduced by 0.7%, as we have seen in the first slide. So the figure that we see here presents the percentage changes in conditional grants allocations in 2025, 26, and 26, 27 financial years between the 2024 and 2025 division of revenue bills. The Commission knows that 20% of the program and project preparation support grant funding is split into the newly established Neighborhood Development Partnership Grant for non-metropolitan municipalities, while the remaining 80% is transferred to the new Urban Development Financing Grant for metropolitan municipalities in the 2025 division of revenue bill. Next slide, please. Some key cards to conditional grants include a 3.2% reduction in the direct municipal infrastructure grant, which resulted in a 245 million being reallocated to the integrated urban development grant, and an additional 225 million that is allocated to the regional bulk infrastructure grant for Drakenstein local municipality. We also noticed that there's a 10.4% reduction in the public transport network grant, amounting to 435 million in 25-26, and increased by 425 million in 26-27, and that is to align with the revised implementation plan and cash flow projections for the City of Cape Town's My City program, which aims to connect areas like Khayelitsha and Michelle's Plain to the city center. On the other hand, some grants such as the Urban Development Financing Grant and the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant have seen increases of 7.5% and 6.3% respectively. And lastly, we note that the Indirect Integrated National Electrification Program grant was reduced by 0.9%, and this is due to a reprioritization of 40 million over the 2025 MTEF period, which is set to complete the National Electrification Master Plan. Chairperson, through you, let me just hand over to our Chairperson, Dr. Mbava, to conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kuso. Some of the the recommendations have already been highlighted. If you can just go to maybe the third slide with the recommendations on local government. Yeah, we can just stop here. With regards to respect to the division of revenue at local government level, the Commission appreciates the redistributive properties of the local government equitable share formula, but strongly recommends reviewing and finalizing the new local government white paper, along with Municipal Fiscal Powers and Functions Act. This is to effectively address the underlying issues of fiscal disparity in the local government sphere, prioritizing local fiscal powers before transfers. The Commission expresses concern over the exceedingly convoluted conditional grants, which are becoming complex, which affects spending under capacity strains of the local government, as well as the grants evolving into perpetual mechanism that resemble equitable share. Last slide. And then in conclusion, honorable members, I think what is important for us to note as well in terms of if we have to remember what the president said in the State of the Nation address. In his State of the Nation address, the president emphasized that the medium-term development plan will have 3 strategic priorities: driving inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Therefore, as we are interrogating Budget 2025, it's going to be critical to interrogate to what extent are these strategic priorities found in Budget 2025. Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think that is end of our analysis.
Thanks very much, Dr. Mbaba. Honorable members, I think that's the presentation, the briefing from the PBO and FFC. And I believe that all of us will have received those presentations even before we come to this meeting. So I'm going to allow honorable members to ask questions for clarity. Let me start with the Honorable Maute. I'm noting honorable members, so don't say I don't quote you. You'll just hear from me when I will be quoting you. Honorable Maute.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let me take this opportunity to welcome the presentations by both PBO and FFC. Chair, sitting in this meeting, listening to the presentation from Parliamentary Budget Office, an institution established in terms of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act of 2009. I feel very proud. And I think we must all agree that really, if we want to take the people of South Africa serious, we need to listen to what they are tabling here. After all, Chair, they were established in terms of that act that I said, but if you look at section 15, subsection 2 of the act, the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, and I'm going to quote it so that it is on record. It says the PBO must provide independent, objective, and professional advice and analysis to Parliament on matters related to the budget and other money bills. So in good conscience, Chair, there's no way that we as members, we can proceed to adopt the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposals as tabled by the Minister of Finance after listening to the input from PBO. Chair, the PBO has raised fundamental concerns, and I'm going to table them one by one. The concerns that goes to the heart of fiscal credibility and the long-standing sustainability of this budget. And I'm putting it to all of us that those cannot be ignored. Number one, PBO does not agree with National Treasury's economic growth projections, forecasting only 1.3% growth in 2025 and persistent underperformance relative to the 3% target of the medium-term development plan. Number two, PBO points to a decline in real per capita spending, particularly in education and health, warning that the budget cuts are undermining essential services. Number three, the PBO questions the fiscal anchor strategy, arguing that primary balance targets have not improved South Africa's debt trajectory and may worsen economic outcomes. Number four, PBO highlights the lack of measurable outcomes from Operation Vulindlela, noting that claims of reform progress are not backed by tangible data or economic or macroeconomic impact. Number five, they warn that continued fiscal consolidation, cutting expenditure while unemployment and poverty is rising, is economically and socially damaging. Chair, crucially, on the matter of fiscal credibility, the PBO states that in a democracy, this cannot be defined only by how bold holders perceive us. It must meet a higher threshold, the confidence of Parliament and the public that fiscal decisions promote equity, transparency, and development. So we ask, if Parliament cannot take seriously the advice of its own budget office, established under law, then why does the PBO exist in the first place? If we ignore their analysis, we are choosing to govern without independent oversight. And that is a betrayal of our democratic mandate. So I'll just have a few questions, Chair. I'm going to ask them very quickly. They're brief. To PBO. One, PBO says that South Africa has been on this fiscal consolidation for the past 12 years and it has failed. Can they elaborate on this? And also, can PBO, with all the previous publication which they did on austerity, confirm whether this budget continues to be austerity or not? Can PBO also give an indication of what will assist to narrow the gap between the PBO's economic growth projections compared to the National Treasury one? Is there information we should get that will assist in this exercise? Because very soon there's a risk that economic growth projections will just lose value. Chair, the other question is that what is the view of PBO in terms of accessing surpluses with the PIC compensation fund and UIF? And the last question, Chair, is what is the view of PBO on National Treasury accessing money in the gold and foreign exchange contingency reserve account? And if we should do this again. I thank you, Chair. That will be all from my side.
Honorable Bisley.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I also like to thank both organisations for their presentations and extremely informative. So my first question is to the PBO. I think we agree with them that the fuel levy is nonsensical, and maybe they can give ideas, why it's there all of a sudden, to remove VAT and then put the fuel levy there. It actually seems like the poorest of the poor are going to be worse off compared to budget 2. And I just want them to, give their viewpoint on, are the poorest of the poor going to be worse off because the increase in the VAT basket is now removed, but now there's a fuel levy. So just to give their thoughts, if the poorest of the poor are worse off than budget 2, because that's important as a country who we need to be protecting the poorest of the poor. So if they can just chat to you about that. And then they are raising a few concerns that the provisional allocations won't be made. So can they just talk to that? Is there a risk that those provisional allocations won't be made? And then in terms of expansion, it's great to expand government expenditure, but if there's so much fraud, wastages and leakages in the system, I use the analogy of a water bucket. If it's full of holes, you put more money, you put in more water, you put in the bucket, the more it's going to flow out. And I'd just be interested for the PBO to talk about the quality of spend. It's pointless spending more if it's just being stolen or wasted. So if they could talk to that. And then in terms of excise tax, it is quite a contentious issue. And I think I just appreciate the PBO's viewpoint on it. If they think it's adding any value to our country, because in my sense, all that it's doing is driving illicit trade, and we're gaining less by putting the taxes up more. And then in terms of the FSC, they did raise a concern, and it's a real concern that we might be going into a recessionary time. So perhaps they can speak more into it. And then the FSC said, the GNU have got 3 strategies. I would just like the honest and forthright opinion. Does 2025 budget address those 3 strategies of the GNU? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Bittman. Honorable Bittman.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Apologies, just getting my mute button off there. And good afternoon to all the honourable members, and thank you to those members of the PBO and the FFC who have presented today. I would like to ask, firstly, for the FFC, slide 13 seems to indicate that worries about the GNU falling apart have hurt our bond yields. Based on the data, what do you think the effect would be on South Africa's finances and the economy if the GNU were to collapse? Then both the presentations have highlighted the issue of wage increases and how if the wage increases are too high, that can hurt frontline services. And the problem was also highlighted in last year's MTBPS and also in a presentation that GTAC gave to the Standing Committee on Appropriations on its spending reviews earlier this year. I would like to know what the PBO and FFC would propose should be done to address this issue of unaffordable wage growth. And the third point that I want to make with some questions here, the chair introduced today's session by saying that we'd be receiving independent evidence-based analysis from the FFC and the PBO today. Now, one would think that if two independent bodies were to provide independent evidence-based analysis, that there'd be a high degree of alignment in their analyses. But it's noteworthy that both the FFC and the PBO are contradicting each other on a number of points. And the first would be on our debt problem. So the FFC depicts in slide 12 that 94.1% of our debt comes up for refinancing in the next 7 years, and is obviously trying to get across the point that this is concerning. But the PBO is making the point that our debt to GDP ratio is not as high as some developed nations, and that debt isn't as much of a problem. And then they're also contradicting each other on what government should be doing. The FFC is saying we should be limiting our spending increases to average about 2.7% for the next 5 years. But the PBO is saying government should be spending more, increasing taxes, and has proposed some methods that are supposedly going to reduce interest costs. And then they also contradict each other on how they describe the fiscal data. So the PBO says that we've had an extended period of fiscal consolidation spanning over 12 years, going back to what they describe as the decision to enter austerity in 2012. But according to the FFC, we've had fiscal expansion continuously since 2008. So now, as members, we're not necessarily all coming from economics backgrounds, and it's very confusing when you have two bodies that are supposedly experts in the field and providing independent evidence-based analysis, and yet they are diametrically opposed in their diagnoses, in their prescriptions of what should be done, and also even in the data that they present to get their message across. And so I think this is something that we should note, and it's confusing. And I think we need to assess more carefully where both of these bodies are coming from, and which represents the economic consensus and which represents more extreme views, because they're taking us in two different directions. I would like to know from the FFC what the FFC thinks of the PBO's recommendations to reduce interest costs for government as they present on page 26 of their presentation. I would also like to know from the FFC of what they think of the PBO's recommendations for increased government spending and higher taxes, and whether that would contribute to economic growth and job creation. And I'd like to ask for a candid response on, okay, I'll hold back on the last question. This is just a rhetorical question. You don't need to answer it. But in fact, I will just hold back on this question. Let me not go there. But I'd like responses from the FFC on those two questions around the PBO. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Bateman. Honorable Caesar.
No, thank you, Chair. Let me also welcome the presentation from the FFC and the PBO. Chair, I think I've got about 3 or 4 questions. My first question will be on youth employment. We still have a high unemployment rate amongst the youth, especially people with disability and women, and the lack of encouragement by job seekers to actually go out and look for work due to the unavailability or lack of job creations by the government. What role can Parliament play in ensuring a better coordination of growth employment programs across the 3 spheres? And then coming to the allocations, Chair, transfers and allocations to entities make the bulk of allocated budget, but less for core business of a department. How can Parliament ensure that departments perform their core functions to achieve developmental outcomes? Those are questions to the PBO Chair. And then questions to the FFC. They've alluded that all the departments that are focusing on economic growth and innovations have been less allocated with money, which stands at 1%. How is this allocation going to impact the economic growth and stability, specifically to SMMEs, production of counterfeit goods and illicit goods? How best can Parliament intervene in ensuring that these departments do receive the funding needed to sustain themselves, with the core focus being economic growth, especially sustaining township economy for and assisting women, youth, and people with disability? I will just end there for now, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Suisa. Honorable Segede.
Thanks, Chair, and all the co-chairpersons present in the meeting. Let me also take this opportunity and welcome the presentations done today. Chair, my questions will be to the PBOs. My first question, Chair, is that if the PBOs are certain that the expected benefit of government infrastructure spending and a fund to leverage private sector infrastructure investment, including through blended finance, may very likely not be as large as anticipated by this budget of May 2025. Now, the crucial question, Chair, is that what financing instruments should the government focus on the leverage private investment? And my second question, Chair, is that considering that empirical evidence suggests that different types of infrastructure development may be partially important for economic growth at different times and under different circumstances, what infrastructure does the PBO think public investment should target to achieve the particular objectives of the NDP and the MTDP? Thank you, Chair. That is my two questions.
Thanks, Honorable Segede. Honorable Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my first question is partly covered by Honorable Besley, the one that refers to the worsening of the poorest of the poor's situations. Maybe what I can add is, what is it that the Parliament can do better, to prevent this situation? Because it's a scary situation. So what is it? Is there hope that at least the situation can be prevented? That's my first comment, which was partly covered. Chair, PPO, National Treasury and IMF report different projections for South Africa's real economic growth between 2025 through 2027. What explains these inconsistencies in empirical projections for South Africa's real economic growth? Is the PBO's lower projections for South Africa's real economic growth amplified by the United States temporary tariffs imposed on the country, or some more deeper structural bindings constraints to economic growth are at work here? So if the PPO can just take me through them. Chair, on the issue of the SOEs, the situation of the post office is really alarming, and it's a worrying factor, especially because it includes the loss of jobs by many, many employees whilst we are dealing with the issue of unemployment. So my question, Chair, is there a way that, post office can be repurposed to save jobs? I know that currently you can even pay your vehicle licensing at the post office, but also there are other services that I think can be explored, which includes the courier services. Courier services are in demand. Maybe post office can also do the same thing, and as well as offloading the work at Home Affairs I guess there can be some tasks that can be delegated to post office just to keep it going, because now nobody is writing letters now. The initial purpose is no longer there. And then my other question, Chair, is that the PBO's findings suggest that the proposed public infrastructure spending expected to exceed 1 trillion over the next 3 years is unlikely to help South Africa to reap strong benefits of economic growth from infrastructure development, unless public infrastructure spending reaches a certain level required to foster incremental aggregate economic activity. Chair, if this is the case, what would be a sufficient public infrastructure spending to unlock structural transformation? And my last question to FFC, Chair, noting the rising recessionary risk for the economy over the horizon, which the FFC argue requires decisive policy interventions, what urgent measures should be prioritized beyond the current structural reforms to stimulate economic growth? And what role should fiscal policy play to stimulate the required aggregate demand for growth? So that's my question to FFC. And on the closing remarks for Dr. Mbava on the strategic priorities, to what extent, as you said, that to what extent would this budget find expression? So, and that should what the committee should be occupied with. I think the addition to that, Dr. Mbava, is that we need to think what should be done to the departments that are not spending this budget, you know, because the budget might find expression. The priorities might find the expression on the allocated budget, but the spending of the budget by the departments might be a problem. So I think part of the recommendations should be, what do we do with the departments that do not spend the budget as they're supposed to? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mazibuko. Honorable Mkondo.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to you, Chair, the co-chairpersons, honorable members, and our colleagues. Chair, I will start with the questions to the PBO. That am I understanding it correctly that the budget that was presented on the 21st of May is not in line with the targets of the NDP, that one of growth, jobs, and poverty, because the projections are that the frontline services are going to decline in education and health, and maybe we can also add social development. If the frontline services are declining, it means there are no new jobs that are going to be created. My interest, Chair, is also on the triple Ps. As to their recommendation is that of the FFC is that there must be more oversight on the triple Ps. But can we be given focus areas on which to do that oversight to ensure that ordinary citizens are not negatively impacted by the activities of these triple Ps? The last comment, Chair, is that Parliament goes a very long way to hire and appoint people, that experts that are responsible for research and advising members of Parliament, like the PPO and the FFC. But Chair, we are given recommendations as members of Parliament, but at the end of it all, we don't take these recommendations very seriously, or we ignore them at all. Can this chair, the things that we ultimately do be declared as wasteful and fruitless expenditure, specifically when Parliament is paying people to do their job? They do their job in whatever way, whether you agree with them or not, but they do their job. And when they do recommendations to us, we use numerical advantage to not to consider what they are presenting to us. Can that be taken into very serious consideration? We really have to check these recommendations and go back and have serious engagements on the recommendations that has been presented today. Otherwise, the salaries of these colleagues is just a wasteful and fruitless expenditure on part of Parliament. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mkondo. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to yourself and co-chairs and honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the presentations. I think the comments about the contradictions have already been made, although they are fairly substantial. I mean, one body is mandated by the Constitution and one is mandated by the Act. Both have a role to play, and both make recommendations and suggestions which particular viewpoints. I think both are useful for digestion, but we shouldn't, as members, be purely guided by the inputs of one grouping or another. They are merely components of the overall picture, and then we need to make our assessments based on that. I do think those contradictions are fairly stark, and I think that's going to call for considered thought on behalf of members as we approach this process. And again, I look forward to the coming days when we will have additional inputs from other experts and I'm sure there will be contradictions in those as well. And we must obviously take all of these and distill our opinions based on an overview, a collage, as it were, and take it from there. Chair, the issues around the comments about the fuel levy. Now, I do think we have previously called for a full review on the full levy, and I think that it would be helpful if we could continue with that call, that there is a full review of the full levy going forward. However, we must also take into consideration that the fuel levy is only one component of the fuel price, and noting that the rand has strengthened substantially since the last iteration of this process. The strengthening of the rand has had a big impact on the fuel price, and I believe that the impact on poor households will be substantially cushioned by the fact that the rand is trading at a significantly higher, stronger position than it was before. And I do think that this is perhaps the best solution in the short term for us to consider as we go forward. Perhaps the FFC can give us some analysis on that, and point us in the right direction in terms of where we're expected to go, because obviously the exchange rate does fluctuate daily and hourly. I think that there's substantial food for thought. Quite interesting that 25% of the allocation is going to the social services, social development department. that is a substantial chunk of the budget. And I think stark warnings there from the FFC on the lower concentration of developing the economy going forward. And I think that as members, we need to consider that quite carefully as we do try and unpack the potential of the government to facilitate growth in the economy and, of course, growth in the number of people that are employed, because essentially the number of jobs that we are able to create through our interventions is the most important measure that South Africans will be looking to us for. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Ryder. Honorable Alexander.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the presentations that we have received. Just to echo on around the lack of empirical data, just to the PBO, you suggested around the fiscal anchor effectiveness that we reconsider it, and I just like to find out, when you're given examples, a lot of the examples that were given were negative, but this appears that the advocacy against fiscal discipline rather than a neutral technical stance. Does the PBO acknowledge that numerous countries, including Chile, Switzerland, Germany, and several Nordic nations, have successfully used the fiscal rule to maintain the lower debt levels for economic stability? And why has the PBO selectively decided to only use negative examples while ignoring the successful implementation that has been seen around the world? So just it is a little concerning that the role of the body is to present a neutral point rather than come from a position of a preconceived ideology. So if I could just get some clarity around the PBO's thinking around this matter. Thank you.
Honorable Beck.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Ms. Orlandi at the PBO. It seems that more than 100 billion rand of our expenditure is provisional allocations, if memory serves correctly. And I wonder if it's her view that this expenditure that's provisional is because Treasury is trying to impose some sort of a check or a mechanism to contain spending at entities with a bit of a dubious record, and so that they can control a bit better, perhaps, how these funds get allocated over time. And if that's the case, I wonder whether PRASA could or should be part of that list of provisional allocations that's subject to controls over time. Thank you.
Honorable Van Ryn.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me also extend my word of gratitude to the two informative presentations shared by both Budget Office and FFC respectively. Chair, you know, every time I listen to people trying to justify how good is fuel levy for poor households, it poses a lot of questions about their sincerity to the plight of our people, because studies globally have adequately provided evidence that this is the most regressive form of indirect taxation. So as to why we still have people believing, after all global studies and the findings made, why we still have people believing that fuel levy can be cushioned with its a multiplier or replicating effect to household, more especially the poorest household. Yeah, I find it that very, very interesting. I thought I should just comment that, yeah, it's quite disturbing that we have a public representative who still think that this is something good for our people. On the PBO presentation. Chair, we raised this issue of misalignment that is going to happen as a result of the introduction of the medium-term development plan late into the budgeting process. Now it's catching up with us. It's confirmed that there are some projected targets that are not aligned to the medium-term development plan. Obviously, confirming our earlier assertion as NK Party that it's very dangerous for us to employ the rule of thumb suck as we deal with budget processes. Our targets should be, our projected targets should be aligned to our plans. Now it's clear that we went on have projected targets without aligning them to the plan, and that's why we had three versions of this budget process. Now it's catching up with us. What I want to understand from the PBO, how severe is this misalignment? And also, what are the specific targets that are affected by this particular misalignment, And it's of concern to me from an oversight point of view that we are presented here with targets that are not aligned to the plan. I mean, from an oversight perspective, I think as the collective chairpersons, you should be worried about our role, being, of course, somehow complicated by these misalignments, because what are we going to measure against if the targets are not aligned to the medium-term development plan? But also, how are we going to make sure that that anomaly is corrected? Because we can't proceed overseeing something that is not properly aligned and expect good, positive results for the development of our country. I don't think that will be fair. Maybe we need to address that question going forward. How do we correct this particular anomaly? And an indication was also made about IMF director who referred to leveraging on the public, private investment as a fantasy. Now, I'm not sure what are the lessons to be learned from these IMF observations, because if you look into our budget, in the main, the infrastructure expenditure is to a larger extent anchored on the participation of private capital. So what are the lessons, that we need to carry forward just to ensure that we deal with this over-reliance of private capital on development of a private sector? So as we don't find ourselves wasting time with interventions that are not going to yield results and that have been tested in other parts of the world. And lastly, Chair, maybe not lastly, on the issue of DORA, it was established recently that the formula was using old statistics to determine allocations. Now I want to hear from FFC if this is still the case, and if that's so, how is this going to affect these allocations, but also how is this going to affect the level of service delivery that must be provided in various spheres of government? Because if you use all statistics, then obviously you are not taking into consideration issues like the growth of the population that must be factored into the allocation. So can just the FFC confirm if this is still the case and how this can be cushioned, because already they are citing some inaccuracies in this DORA formula, and they refer to their 3- and 5-year plan as path to zero budgeting. I think it will be important, Chair, maybe if the plan can also be shared with us, so we familiarize ourselves with the details of this plan by FFC. But what I'm interested in there, it seems to be advocating strongly for fiscal consolidation. Now, I'm not sure this plan, according to them, have they projected the impact of this plan on the medium-term development? What is this mid-term development plan priorities? Issues of job creation, growth, and of course inequalities. How are these going to be affected by this particular approach? Have they factored in the impact of this approach on those priorities as outlined in the medium-term development plan? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Van Ryan. Honorable Numalo. Honorable Numalo. Honorable Numalo. We can't hear you. Or is it only me?
No, we can't hear, Chair.
It's muted, Chair.
Honorable Numalo, can you unmute yourself, please? Yeah. It seems there is something wrong with your mic there. Okay. Honorable Sekwati.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, pardon my voice. I got a bit of flu here. Chair, let me as well join my colleagues in welcoming both presentations from both PBO and FFC. Firstly, Chair, I want to understand was when both FFC and PBO speak about the credible budget, one of the areas that I don't hear, which is very, very silent, and it looks like it's a trend that is emerging, is in terms of accruals that, for instance, Treasury is actually funding from provinces, or whether it's also within the national departments, which I believe is actually a risk. And however, I do not hear both FFC and especially PBO talking to that, unless they believe that it's not a challenge. But for one, I believe that if anybody starts a budget on a deficit, that is a great risk, because then it means that your budget is not even credible when it comes to accruals, because it means you are stating money that you don't actually have. So I just wanted to hear what they have to say, because they're so silent on that, particularly in terms of analysis of the budget. Secondly, Chair, I would want to understand the actual thinking of a PUB as it comes to issues of debt management versus the budget, because we have been decrying that the budget is actually perhaps increasing by 1% or this and that, but I do not understand how they relate the economic environment to actually the budget, but also to the debt. PUB, they're using comparisons with other countries at the same level in terms of income, but also in terms of debt, that other countries at the same level with South Africa have taken a huge debt, and they're still able to, and they consider that to actually be a better way in terms of dealing with the budget, so that we're able to have more allocations And my question is, do they consider what the debt is being utilized for in those countries? Vis-a-vis what South Africa is actually doing. You can imagine if we have to take the debt in order to finance your social net, which for me is actually a problem, because then it would mean that you are going to remain in a vicious cycle of a growing debt without even being able to actually respond in terms of the magnitude of the debt vis-a-vis the responsibilities that we'll be having in terms of your social net, but also in terms of growing the economy. So I really get lost in terms of that. Because if we can't manage the debt and we still want to encourage government to go into more debt, I do not really understand the logic there. The other one, Chair, is wanted to understand the assessment of the PBO on the effectiveness of state subsidies in various sectors. Whether is it worthy, whether there anything that we could do differently from what we have been doing in terms of bailing out this state entities. The last one, Chair, is the perspective of PBO on the primary budget surplus anchoring in conditions of low economic growth. I want to understand the analysis of PBO on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Sekwati. Honorable Mumalo, I can see you are back.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and my greetings to you. Sorry for what happened earlier on. It's technology dealing with me. Chairperson, my greetings to you and all the members that are connected, and also to take this opportunity to welcome the two presentations from our PBO and also the FFC, the two presentations. But what worries me a bit, Chairperson, is the data which are not speaking to one another from the two presentations. Chairperson, I think they are supposed to be assisting the committee to take informed decision. So whenever you see contradicting a statement to both, it's also worrying. I think they must correct that one so that we may know what is happening in the future. Chairperson, the other matter is the issue that I want to raise is the issue of the allocation to different provinces. To say that in our last meeting we learned that the data or the information that they were using was outdated. I think it was 2010. I don't know as to whether they managed to give us the recent data or research work from all the provinces so that they can be able to allocate according to the recent data or recent information. Chairperson, the other matter which I think they have already talked to this one, let me not go there, Chairperson, is the I know the PBO analysis contribute to the more informed budget process with key highlights taken into all the processes. So it means that we must via all the processes and be sure as to what is happening. Chairperson, on other matters, I think really it is a challenge now. The government must take or must use money which they don't have. As they have said, I don't know as to whether what must happen in terms of making sure that everything that we have planned go accordingly. So it's a matter of concern to say the government is highly pressed, it's highly indebted, and all of us, we know of that one. The other issue, Chairperson, is the that one. It has been changed. It has been said the issue of the ECD, which is uploaded. But my last matter, Chairperson, is the issue of department which are failing to spend. I think as the committee, we must take a stand because really every day we'll see government or even municipalities which are failing to spend is something that we must look on and then take a stand on it. Chairperson, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Swart.
Person, yeah, I was out of office for some time. I don't know. I haven't been, listened to all the questions, but just from my side, one or two. Then I also checking the time, and we have also plenty at 2:00. Just one or two from my side, Chairperson. If it's answered, they don't have to answer it. Otherwise, I can put that written questions also to the department. The first one, just quickly, how can Parliament address the issue of optimistic investment growth, assumption in the national treasury's models, particularly given our weak aggregate demand? The second one is also on the PPO. How does the PPO propose balancing primary surplus targets with the developmental of the MTDP and the NDP, especially under our current economic constraints? Then also one from my side on the economic growth shortfall. What immediate policy actions should Parliament advocate for to raise real GDP growth beyond the projected 1.4, especially in labor-intensive sectors? Chairperson, I think the other questions that I had on my list was addressed. And I've also listened to the concerns of the contradicting issues. For us to move forward, we all know, the hardship of the economy and the challenges that we have to deal with as government. And we all really want the PBO to ensure us that it remains fully compliant, to serve us with non-partisan, fact-driven analysis, and in service of all the members of Parliament. We all want to take our country forward. We all experience, we are on the ground out there in constituencies, we see the poverty, we see the hardship in our communities, and we really, after 30 years, we need to work together in taking our country forward, and it starts by the policy frameworks and also in what we and how we put the budget together. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Swart. Before I give the chairpersons, I want to check with Honorable Suisa. Is it a legacy hand or is it a new one?
No, Chair, I've got only one brief question to the FFC. They recently had a roundtable discussion that was hosted by Dr. Mbava. Did they get any inputs, and if those inputs were also part of the presentation? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm now going to request the chairpersons. Honorable Maimane, I saw you left. I'm not sure if you are back. If not, Honorable Lehwase, if there is any question.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think most of my questions are taken by members, and I'm sorry because I stepped out for a few minutes, so I would not want to take you backward. Thank you very much, Chair. Let me just appreciate the presentations and the briefings that have been made before the joint committees by both FFC and PBO. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Lehwase. Dr. Masangani. I think I should have sent an apology on behalf of Dr. Masanganyi. He's attending a very serious matter in Limpopo, so I think maybe he's busy on the other side. Can I request that the PBO to come first on a response, then the FFC? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you once more for the opportunity and for members' points as well. It's quite, the network is unstable. Let me know if I'm not clear, because I keep getting message here. No, thanks. I want to really, because quite a lot of points, I want to really group some of the points. I think the main message, what we try to do a lot of times is to really to bake in the performance information, our budget analysis. So hence we see when we start our presentation, we really reflect where we are in terms of developmental indicators. And when we do analysis, we base a lot around that. We need to growth, employment, all those other priorities around. So that's really our approach to this. And it's very important to emphasize it in a first instance. Hence, we emphasize the importance of setting out clear midterm development strategies and assess alignment. I think we've been consistent over the years about the misalignment between the planning and the budgeting on one side. And that's very crucial in our view. I think Parliament should be overly obsessed about that. Is there alignment between the performance information and the budget? And I think we've seen a lot of limited alignment in some areas, and some areas we've seen a lot of alignments. But our argument to say is that having not realized the National Development Plan, a lot of it in part is due to misalignment between the budget. And I think we documented the reports around that over time. That's really our obsession on how we approach these matters. The issue of, coming back specifically to the point again about the midterm development plan and what we want to do, we have been consistent. In our view, we will need additional revenue. We will need debt. We'll need that, the entire envelope to realize, at least to set a tone for realizing these measures or these priorities over time. And I think what we're trying to emphasize, Chair and members and colleagues, is the lessons that we feel we should learn from the progress we've had over the years around the midterm development, around the National Development Plan. And I think what we emphasize is the importance of, when the budget is presented, the government has to further present how this budget is likely to impact on realizing these priorities. We spoke about cost of living, we spoke about, those are the priorities set out in the State of National Address. Those are the priorities set out in the midterm development plan. And I think what we emphasize is that with the lesson from the National Development Plan, we have to do things differently. That's really the emphasis, and we advise Parliament to as part of oversight, that has to be taken into account. Effort should be a lot about how there is alignment and how are these alignment likely to impact on improvement on the developmental indicators. And that for me is very important. Hence, in our analysis, as the first budget, we recognize that there is a need for additional revenue, And I think the emphasis that we make is say, overall, over the years, there's been a lot of literature documented that South African tax system to a great extent is progressive. And I think our messaging here, when we say we need additional revenue, is precisely to read a line to say, even if we support the need for additional revenue, it has to be within that context that it should remain progressive in broadly, and we recognize that. Hence, we emphasize the indirect tax, the implications for the consumptions, the lower income households, which in our view will lead to more, to the system be more progressive. Of course, we look at this holistically, but we also look at narrowly to say which instruments lead to more progressivity. Now, that's an emphasis that we're trying to make around the issue of fuel levy and whether there should have been other alternatives, and we emphasize that there should have been other alternatives, or there are alternatives on top of that. And we recognize the need to provide that, because in any case, we don't get that information, Chairperson. We mean the Parliament doesn't get information, what is the implications of these proposals on the household, on the economy, on the public finances broadly. And I think we try to reflect that to a great extent. The questions around whether, the other alternatives, I think during the COVID-19, we did see how government can be creative globally, but also in South African context, we've seen how much governments can be creative in getting money and supporting households and so on. And I think we are saying then we should see where we are now with high level unemployment, level of growth, as a need for innovative fiscal strategies as well, including look at other alternative measures. And the laws of this country does allow such innovative, as we've seen during the COVID-19, where we've seen some of these new or unconventional approaches to getting more revenue and so on. I want to really spend a bit of time on the point raised by many members, which I share the concerns about the differences between the presentations that we did with our colleagues from the FFC. I think I would definitely acknowledge that while we provide valuable independent analysis, both entities and may indeed present different perspectives. I think it's important to see the different perspectives in part, chair members, in our broad mandate between the two entities. You look at our broad mandate, and I feel that is important to recognize. As I said at the beginning, we do bake in the performance information, and we focus a lot on a macroeconomic policy and fiscal policy and assumptions as a broader mandate. And as I understand, a lot of broad mandate of FFCs focus a lot on Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act. And I think that in any way will still present the different views, largely due to, as I say, broad mandate, varying assumptions and all of that. And for example, we focus a lot, we've complained about the fiscal strategy focusing on the supply side of the economy. And we provide the concerns that you need to have both supply and demand side of the economy and reflecting the point. And I would say that, and also the issue of time horizons that we look at, and different risks. So our risk, we focus a lot on the risks of fiscal sustainability being broadly about realizing them developmental strategies, as we set out in different policy documents, and baking it back to the broad risk, fiscal risks. That the fact that if there's a crisis, we're forced to, let's say, environmental crisis, we're forced to tip into the fiscals and resolve that. That has to be seen as part of fiscal sustainability going forward, as broadly, not as just narrow as it is. And that, for me, it's important for members to understand. And frankly, you can put so many. I'm trying, not to take too much time on this, but I think you can put 5 economists in the same room. You're definitely going to get 7 advice about the same thing. But I think from our perspective, it's important for members to understand where we both come from. And I feel we do definitely come from a different perspective. And obviously, we're working here with members, and we don't want, it's always been my preconceived concerns that we don't want members to feel that we're confusing them. But I mean, I'll leave that there, but we're further happy to engage further on this matter. I want to stop there and give the team to come in. I just want to check one of the key issues that come in that is more policy issue. I'll stop there, let me park there and allow Dr. Landi and Professor Mohammed to come in and other colleagues to come in as well. Colleagues, just come in while I recalibrate here. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Dumisani. I'd like to answer Honourable Dessa's question first in terms of the misalignment. Honourable Van Rooyen, you know what, I basically scanned through some of the votes in the E&E, and I was so disappointed in seeing that they still align themselves with the medium-term strategic framework outcomes, not the medium-term development plan. Even you mentioned that the plan was approved late, but that plan was approved during the medium-term budget policy statement already. It's just that they tabled it late. So Lead Department should have known which outcomes they should align to. It is actually shocking to know that the Department of Higher Education does not know that they need to align themselves to create skills for the economy. That's quite shocking. And also in terms of further assessments, I also have a few departments, but we will talk about that on Friday as well. And I'll give you a few examples. The information that is in the budget document in terms of the key performance information, that should be the biggest part of the expenditure should align to those indicators. Some of those indicators and targets does not even align to those specific departments' APPs. So that to me is shocking. And this is not the first time when I do a scan through these departments' performance information that I find this. It has been found before. And all our portfolio committees do budget review and recommendations reports, which should be picked up there as well if there's this big misalignment. And I haven't heard of one committee that basically send their budgets back to the department and say, please fix this budget, even if it's just technical. But at the end of the day, what does it show to the public? Because it's public documents. What does it show for researchers? Because we use that information to do our analysis on. So there's a lot of technical things, perhaps not so technical, but some of them are strategic. And we really need to make sure that our budget review and recommendations reports also pick up on these kind of things. And portfolio committees should really send those budgets back to be fixed. We can no longer actually accept those budgets. And then in terms of the question around the provisional allocations, to me that is also a bit shocking to see those big numbers, and the numbers has grown over time. I think there's basically Treasury has lost the track of program performance-based budgeting system that government has actually adopted. Because if you have planned for expenditure, there should be no reason for allocations or expenditure allocations to be provisional if you have planned it. But unfortunately, departments didn't get an opportunity to plan for that additional expenditure because nobody knew about this additional revenue that they actually going to estimate to introduce. So there was a disjuncture between the planning and almost like trying to dump all this money on departments that wasn't planned for. Just imagine in January or February, you get an additional allocation of 10 billion and you in education. Then that money must still go to 9 provinces. 9 provinces must still allocate to all the different thousands of schools. How can they really then plan for how many teachers they actually want to appoint? And at the end of the day, they will be punished because they don't spend that money. So I think there's a bit of disjuncture between planning and budgeting at the moment. And the gap might be because the planning section is now in the presidency and budgeting is still with the National Treasury. We don't know, because I truly believe that when those components work together in the Treasury, there was a better alignment in terms of planning and budgeting. Thank you, honourable members. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Let me thank you, Nelia. Just the one point that I want to emphasize, chair members. The point around fiscal, give you slide talk. The point around the fiscal anchor and fiscal is a very good point raised by Honourable Wendy. And I think our message is very clear, Honourable Wendy, members and chair members and colleagues, is that we are saying what we see internationally. We're seeing actually a mixed bag. That's firstly. But secondly, what we're seeing a lot of time, we're seeing a lot of countries actually doing away with binding fiscal rules and so on. Interesting, Honourable Wendy, Germany recently actually, they've amended their constitution to loosen up the strictness of the fiscal rules in this regard, precisely that, as I said in our presentation, that many of the EU countries have realized that a lot of times on fiscal rules, the target is often the spending, particularly the investment spending and transfers or social spending, which in a way there has been a very growing sign of inequality expanding, but also impacting on ability of the state to grow the economy, particularly around investment. And what we're saying in the debate, say, we would want to have a very open debate. We've been following this debate over the past 2 years. And it has to be, we've had fiscal rules in South African context since 1999, 1994, whatever. You know, we have to have a clear sense of, are we able to peg this fiscal rule against the macroeconomic performances? And that will be a learning curve from what has happened in other countries. We're not really so much against the fiscal rules, but we're saying anchor them, align them to growth. If you say you're going to have fiscal rule, let the macroeconomic perspectives be aligned to that. If you say we have level of growth as this much, or employment of this much, or inequality of this much, that in a way will be very aligned to what we're seeing in many countries who are seeing very clear signs of government being constrained to respond when it's supposed to be. So we'll do that. We'll ask that opportunity to present that space, and that's what we're trying to say in this regard. I'll let Professor Mohammed to come in. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Masani, honorable chairs, honorable members. I'm going to answer a few of the questions. I want to start off with this question of a broad question of ideology, because there seems to be certain implications that certain people are more ideological than other people. And I think it's really important that we all look at ourselves and how we think and what we believe and understand that we are all ideological. So I'm not pretending not to be ideological, but I also would ask other people to take their views not as the truth or the only view on something, but also to understand that they come from a certain background, from a certain community, from a certain education background, from certain whatever, and that they've had ideology instilled within them. And so this issue of ideology shouldn't be used divisively, especially when people don't agree with you. So to relate that to the question asked by Honorable Alexander about fiscal rules, I mean, as professionals and as a professional who understands that I come from an ideological perspective, but also that I come from a particular economics perspective with a particular education in economics, I do look at both sides or all sides of the literature, because even within different views that can be seen as maybe ideologically aligned or coming from similar economics perspectives, we see very different arguments and debates in the literature and journals and within the OECD. So, I mean, if you want to look at the literature on fiscal rules, I think a good place to start would be the OECD literature, the IMF literature, the literature reviews and reviews of different publications on these matters. And I think what you find is that the assessment of the PBO is a fair assessment of an overview of the broader literature. And the broader literature is saying that there are serious weaknesses. Now, your question started off saying, well, why aren't we saying that it's to do with they managed to successfully bring down the debt? But the concern, I think, for members of parliament dealing with budgets is way beyond issues of just debt and debt levels. Well, they may be concerned that South Africa's debt repayments are high and that our debt levels are relatively high compared to other countries, or people just think it's high for whatever reason. We need to understand that we do budgeting for several reasons, and that debt deficit levels and other things are often variables that inform our decisions. When the PBO does our work, we actually look at what are the concerns in the medium-term development program, in the NDP, the goals that Parliament sets for itself, and over several years and several different administrations and parliaments, we've seen that central to the concerns and the biggest concerns about South Africa have been unemployment, poverty, and inequality. And so when we look at those things and we think about whether a fiscal rule, whether a certain kind of deficit, or whether a certain approach to debt management is going to be good or bad for the country, we take into account the balance of evidence, and we understand where personally understand where I'm coming from ideologically and in terms of my economics perspectives, but I try to provide a professional balanced view on these issues. I think also what's coming across very strongly, and something we've tried to talk about in the past, in the questions being asked, is this kind of sense that government spending is like a household. And the government debt is like a household debt, and we should be scared because households and businesses can go bankrupt. governments do not go bankrupt. Governments may possibly default on debt and need bailouts and other things and find that the situation could get worse. But that's not where I want us to go. And I think that would be horrible. And a lot of our proposals are to keep us away from that and to actually say that if we continue on a fiscal consolidation austerity path, we may find us going into recessions and needing to borrow more over time, and that the risk could be not, that kind of risk couldn't be taken into account adequately. And then to understand what the government as a key part of the state does in terms of its spending and in terms of its planning, and in terms of the division of revenues and that kind of management. That the government actually spends money into the economy, and the government plays a key role in promoting economic growth through the way it spends, through the policies it develops, through the way it manages government. And often that's not always successful. Sometimes there are problems within government in terms of capacity and skills, and sometimes underspending or not spending the right ways causes government to not be able to be efficient in its spending. So we need to actually think and problematize the role of government within the economy, take into account unemployment, poverty, and inequality, irrespective of our ideological perspectives, and to think through what it means when a government spends money into the economy, and to understand that adjusts the key macroeconomic variables, including growth, and that our levels of debt, our levels of the deficit, debt repayments are going to be taken into account based on that level of growth, and whether that level of growth is increasing and decreasing affects that level. Those are fractions, and the level of debt at the bottom of that fraction, whether it's going up or down makes a difference, and whether government's actually spending money in the economy affects whether that goes up or down. So I think these kind of the approach, and sometimes we even see it coming from National Treasury in the budget to say, well, the economy is not growing, so we can't do these things, cuts out the side of, well, what does the government spending into the economy do? And then I think we should be treating social protection, social security, basic services, increasing access to education, improving health, reducing debt, reducing crime, making it easier for businesses to operate through infrastructure investment as really important investments and spending by the government that supports GDP growth directly through the actual money that it spends into the economy, in wages, in capital expenditure, through contracting and bringing in people to do work, and working with the private sector to promote entrepreneurial activity, industrial policy, and other things. Okay, I'll take 2 more minutes if that's okay, Director. Then on the issue then of the debt being high, I think I'm going to leave most of that and the issues of debt management to my colleague Chepo to talk about. But I think if we look at objectively South Africa within the global situation, we can say our debt is high, but given relatively we are in a good space, and we actually do have more fiscal space than the bulk of other countries in the world. And let me not go into that further. I think I'll just leave that to Chepo to discuss. I'd also like Kagiso to maybe comment on the impact of the fuel levy on the poorest of the poor. And just to end off with, I think my colleague Neela spoke a lot about at a more micro granular level about alignment. Just on the macro modeling exercise we did, I think one of the questions was, why do we get different results from the IMF and the National Treasury and us? And I think it's very difficult given the huge number of variables and equations, and these are often simultaneous equations within models, to know where exactly the impact or the output of that model is going to go up from, and pinpoint the difference. So, but what we've done with our modeling is to take the numbers from the latest budget and to put it into the model without making any other assumptions about changes, and to see what the outcomes are. And that's what we've got. And I'm assuming that National Treasury would have done the same. except the National Treasury would also do certain kinds of adjustments based on in-year thinking and those kinds of things as well. So there are small differences across the different models. But in terms of what we're showing broadly, just using the data from this budget without adding in assumptions or any ideology or other things based on our model, is to show that we, at the macro level, the levels of spending aren't aligned with the NDP. And what we show is, in terms of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, we're not going to make adequate progress to meet those, to align with the goals of the medium-term development plan or with the NDP. I apologize for taking up so much time, Honorable Chairs, and I hope my other colleagues will be given some time as well.
Quick, colleagues, I think who comes next? Busi coming?
Thank you, Dimsani. I think I'll just touch mainly on the fuel questions, the fuel levy. I think the honourable member asked, why is the fuel levy there? And I think that is a question that members really should be asking, National Treasury. Of course, one of the GNU or the goals of the GNU is to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And we've had 2 successive budgets being presented that are actually counter this goal of reducing the cost of living. So I think it's a worthwhile question to ask, to say what else was considered and why was it not implemented? In the same way that National Treasury has given the health levy or the sugar industry so much time to adjust to the health promotion levy. However, they're quick to give solutions that impact households directly. And I think that is something that has to be questioned. Why is it that households must just take a VAT increase? Why should households have to experience a fuel levy increase, whereas we have a lot of room to give to business? And I think one of the honourable members asked about additional resources. We did present on this in our previous presentation in the previous budget about alternative tax and non-tax revenue sources. These are included in our additional slides, and I won't go through them each one of them, but to say that we did provide alternatives that can be considered. And I think just to kind of close off on my points, to say I think there's a lot of conversation about tax as just a revenue tool, but we need to think about tax as a developmental tool. So the PBO is not necessarily just saying, let's have higher taxes for higher taxes' sake, but it's to say that tax is a key tool for redistribution. We live in a country with the highest inequality. So the question is how to redistribute income and wealth in a way that supports demand in our economy, in a way that supports growth in our economy. So to not just think of tax as a tool for just garnering revenue, but to think about it as a developmental tool for redistribution, particularly in our context. And I think in terms of the excise taxes, again, we asked there, I think what members should be asking National Treasury is how successful has the increase in rates been in reducing the harmful use of those goods? And if it's not working, then we need to reconsider how we are approaching the question of harmful alcohol and tobacco usage. So again, all these are really a question of what is our tax tool? Is it doing what it's supposed to? If it's not doing what it's supposed to, for example, even the tax incentives, we need to remove it and think of something else. What is the goal really of our tax system? And to think of that holistically, I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Kagiso, was it Kagiso Jada coming quickly?
Thank you, Dr. Yankees. Sorry, I don't know if you can see me. To answer Honorable Basi's question, we will touch on around the fuel levy. We will touch on the issue around the fuel levy further on Friday in our presentation. But to respond to the question is that we do believe the fuel levy is a regressive tax, and it's evident by the latest available statistics that we have. Low-income households spend around 69% of their income on housing, water, electricity, and food, while middle-income households, this figure is around 56%. When transport costs are factored in, low-income households spending increases to around 75%, while middle-income household spending increases to around 68%. And from an industry lens, for both manufacturing as well as agriculture, an increase in the fuel levy will directly result to an increase in operational costs. For agriculture, for example, fuel generally accounts for around 11 to 13% of the production costs on things like grains as well as oil seeds. And these are essential ingredients for household staples like bread as well as cooking oil. So it's likely that these costs will be passed through to consumers. In addition, when we looked at the Household Affordability Index from the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity, transport and electricity costs make up more than 51% of wages for workers that are earning at a minimum wage level. So this means that the fuel levy increase will be detrimental for particularly low income as well as middle income households. We do want to echo lastly a point that's made by stakeholders from as far back as 2021 that there must be a public consultation and transparency regarding the components that make up the fuel pricing formula. Without this process, it undermines public trust and raises questions around accountability of the pricing mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you, Kagiso. Tsepo, do you want to come in? There are a lot of issues around debt and rate management. Can you just come in there, Tsepo? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. DJ. Yeah, there was a few questions. The first was around also why do we say that National Treasury has been implementing fiscal consolidation while the FFC is saying that the budget has been expansionary. To just make the point that that's not just our analysis that says that we've been implementing fiscal consolidation. It's the National Treasury itself that also acknowledges that since 2012, expenditure ceilings have been implemented. And even more recently, even the Minister of Finance also pointing to the fact that they recognize that they have not been able to bring down the debt and the deficit through expenditure cut, and which is why that shifted the consolidation part towards more revenue, and hence the implementation of the VAT in the first two budgets. Then there was a question of what causes our low growth focus, with the honourable member asking whether it's global and domestic or domestic dynamics. It's a combination of both. Siraj spoke about how the global outlook would certainly have an impact on our domestic growth, but there's also domestic issues around deeper structural constraints, around our high levels of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, all of those which certainly have got an impact in terms of our aggregate demand. I think where we perhaps differ with the FFC and maybe the National Treasury is that we are saying that the economy is not just supply constrained, in the form of just looking at Operation Vulindlela and the supply side measures. But our high levels of unemployment, poverty, and inequality also point to the reality that our economy is also demand constrained. And as a result, through fiscal policy, government can be able to stimulate aggregate demand. Then there was a question about what is our view of the usage of GIFRECA as well as leveraging DFI's institutions. We've always maintained that government needs to use its entire balance sheet in order to fund an economic stimulus. And we have captured these also in the additional slides of this presentation that Lucy referred to. Then on debt, I did show a diagram that compares our debt to GDP with other nations, both emerging and developing nations. And it's quite clear from the diagram that our debt levels are not the highest when you compare debt to GDP ratios. But I did mention that what is a challenge is our debt service costs, and this is why I had proposed interventions on how we could reduce this. And by the way, some of these interventions that I spoke about have been explored in other countries. For example, Ghana pre-COVID-19 crisis did use debt switches to reduce their near-term debt service costs. Argentina in 2020 does restructure its external debt to extend its maturities and lower rates. India actively coordinates borrowing and monetary policy in order to lower their yields. The East Asian tigers, likewise, have also leveraged their DFI's institutions in order to provide more affordable funding in the form of infrastructure bonds. And to even say that even locally, we have explored some of these interventions, such as the use of GIFRECA, right, in order to help in terms of the budget. The Treasury rightfully does conduct debt switches, and they have mentioned that they'll be issuing more infrastructure bonds moving forward. And likewise, during COVID-19, the Reserve Bank also helped in terms of intervening in the secondary bond market in order to lower the costs by buying government bonds. So these are not necessarily unique sort of interventions. Then finally, there was a question about the relationship between consolidation and growth. And to say that, yes, consolidation does have an impact on growth, because as we know, GDP is a formula. It's consumption plus investment plus growth plus net exports. And when government cuts expenditure, this has not only has got an implication for government spending in terms of the formula, but it's got spillover effects in terms of consumption as it reduces demand for goods and services in the economy. It has got implications for investment, because we do know from the data that public investment, especially as it relates to infrastructure, certainly crowds in private investment. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Mukundi, last few minutes, Mukundi. I think there were issues around state entities. Mukundi, do you want to come in?
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Professor Jankis. Well, I think my questions were around the triple Ps. So basically, as the PBO, we're not really saying that triple Ps are not conducive. We're just saying that there's a need to ensure that proper oversight is taken into consideration to ensure that the projects value that are in the public interest and they also benefit the community, the communities or South Africans going forward. With the issue around SOEs, I think the question was around what can South African Post Office do, to be able to reprioritize its operations. Well, they currently, even this year, they've tabled their turnaround strategy together with the business rescue practitioners to the portfolio committee of communication digital technology. So there are some progress going on. The strategy has already been approved, so it's in implementation. So the issue then is provide oversight on that process to ensure that we get tangible results. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Chair, just in closing, I think just to emphasize that our role is to support the committees and members, and we do take the inputs quite seriously. But if there are any further inputs from this, we'll do them in writing. But just to emphasize, our approach really is that what focus on the impact of the budget in the macroeconomic performances. And that's really for us, we don't get a lot of that information with the budgets. So it's important that for oversight purposes, we understand the impact of the budget and how that likely to be improved or changed over time in that regard. Thank you so much once more. And we do thank for the opportunity in this regard. Thank you so much. Chairperson, can you hear me? Thank you so much. I don't know if you can hear me. All right. Maybe I'm not.
Yes, I can hear you, Doctor. No, thanks very much. Can we allow the FFC?
No, thank you so much, Chairperson, and thank you so much to the honorable members for the questions. I just want to start with a question on the State of the Nation strategic priorities. Yes, indeed. One of the strategic priorities, as we know, is to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. So with that in mind, now we switch to budget 2025. On budget 2025, we are told that it is a budget that is pro-poor. We are told that the social wage has been protected. However, that to some extent has been eroded by the fuel levy, because the fuel levy does threaten to erode those gains in the long run. Yes, Honorable Rider, maybe in the short run, due to the strengthening rand, we might claim that there will be a cushion, but in the long run, we know that the poor are the ones who are most exposed to direct transport costs. So some of the people, our people, they use taxis, they use buses for daily commute. And those fuel costs will be passed to them in terms of their fares that they have to pay for transport costs. We also know that the poor, in the long run, they will be exposed to food price inflation. So the higher fuel costs will drive up fuel prices, will drive up food prices rather, because there'll be distribution costs and transport costs, which will be passed to the consumers. And also it depends where you live as well. So if you live in the rural areas, if you live inland, you're probably going to pay more for food because of logistics and transport costs. So the brunt of the increase of the fuel cost will be borne by the poor, essentially. So we then have to ask then, are we tackling the high cost of living? So we can say that, yes, maybe the social wage, that the basket of the social wage that we're giving, maybe if we have to weigh it, is it more than the fuel cost, or will the fuel cost erode everything? So that is a conversation we must have. In terms of the budget that is not spent by the departments, Honorable Mazibuko, I think it's a very important question. So we know that when you look at the allocations that we're making right now, we have a shortfall as government. We have a budget deficit, right? So we have to go to the open market to borrow the additional amounts of money which we are going to allocate to the departments. And we borrow at money market rates, right? So if these departments then do not spend this money, they hoard this money in their bank accounts, yes, they will attract some sort of interest that they will earn. But if you have to weigh the interest that they earn on the unspent amount based on the interest that government has paid to borrow the money so that they can have the allocations for them to do their service delivery, then clearly we are not being served. The poor Joe or the poor guy on the street is not being served because money that is supposed to be spent, that has been borrowed at high cost, has not been spent. Instead, the money is seen as a saving and maybe returned back to the fiscals. So it's a disservice actually to South Africans. So in that instance, then maybe we need to look at expenditure reviews for these departments who are unable to spend, look at their capacity in terms of being efficient, because we, as we say, we are giving them these allocations which come at a very, very high cost because we are paying a high premium on ensuring that they get these allocations, and yet they are failing to pay, to exercise their service delivery mandate. So we have to look at their efficiencies then, and you even look at the programs that they are supposed to implement. That is the one question. In terms of the different opinions that we have as FFC and PBO or anyone else, it is given that economists, they will not have the same solution towards a policy issue. So what is important though, members, I think, is to appreciate the diversity of opinion that you are being given, because it also strengthens your policy analysis. It also strengthens your views as well as to what is the solution. So we cannot have a situation where we have a group think where all of us think the same, because these are very complex issues and they demand a lot of innovative ideas and tools and policy options. And what the FFC is bringing forward, including the PBO, is to say these are the possible policy solutions to this problem. Therefore, it is incumbent upon you then, as the policymakers, to say, all right, so we are being given this advice from these two institutions. So what is politically possible given this advice? What is feasible? What can we do? And then also you should be guided as well by public opinion as well, because there has to be some sort of consensus as well as to how do we move forward. So there'll be areas of convergence between what we are all saying. So rather look for those, look for consensus, look for convergence, look for areas where there are similarities. And then where there are differences, then you will also add on more views coming from the public hearings as well, because those will also assist you. But what you must appreciate as well is that there will be diversity of opinion when it comes to policy issues, because these issues are not easy. These are complex issues. So having said that, Honorable Siwisa, yes, we had a very successful roundtable on budget 2025. We are currently, as FFC, now compiling all that information, and we are going to table that to Parliament. So thank you so much for reminding us that. Thank you so much. Now, I'd like to ask my head of research and the team to take us through some of the questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the questions, Honourable Chair and members. I shall focus and just pick up on what my chairperson actually said correct, is that I would encourage and refer also Honourable Chair members, remember I always say we trust but verify. This is a Russian proverb. And verify also the facts and not just the opinions, but also the facts. Can see if you can find the numbers that is being referred to in the information that is provided to you. And I especially appreciate Honourable Matwe about that, to do exactly that, verify, show fiscal consolidation. And going forward, I think it's very important, and I want to be very careful with this on Honourable Beasley, because I see that even on the budget of March, there seems to be some misunderstanding. We have to separate FFC's recommendations and GNU. The two are totally separate. The three strategies are not GNU strategies. It is a technical exercise conducted by the FFC. And what we're saying there is that given, and I'm going to introduce something called the Medium-Term Expenditure Framework Guideline. For those that are experts or have been in the field of this, of an understanding fiscal policy and as fiscal economists, would have to be very, very familiar with this. What is it? Is that it essentially sets out the 3-year budget planning, right? So it has budget for the 3 years going forward. But what that also means is that in this 3-year planning horizon, it takes into certain assumptions and guidelines on things like on macroeconomic trajectories such as inflation. And so what has been happening is that according to the Medium-Term Expenditure Framework Guideline, MTEF guideline, right? The last one, the one that was tabled, is dependent on assumptions of an inflation at 4.567, higher than the actual inflation that we know now from Stats SA. And based on that, FFC then is seeing this as an opportunity that your budget is overpacing, right, your actual inflation. And in that, in fact, we find that one of the strategies to bring the fiscal framework back to a zero base or zero balance over a 5-year horizon actually also says if you keep this increase of the medium-term expenditure framework at 2.789%, in line with inflation, in fact, we may just be able to reach a zero-based budget in 5 years' time. That's the technical exercise, and we propose as a FHC strategy, not GNU. GNU is so far from it. It's not even considered in this model. On the bond yield, Honorable Chair, members, on the bond yield by Honorable Bateman and the unaffordable wage growth is that one is about debt service. And as my chairperson pointed out, is that what is it, the money market rate that we're borrowing at? One can look at this bond yield, because this is the bond yield on the 10-year treasury bond. It's how much government basically is borrowing from the markets, right? And that's, again, just want to emphasize, it should not be this fiscal measure of a bond yield as required returns on investments should be considered outside of our technical assessment on fiscal sustainability, albeit one should in note, though, advise that GNU or no GNU, if bond yield is high, it's high. And what that means is that the markets, domestic, global, international, they basically just have a higher adverse outlook on our capability, our creditworthiness of our fiscal framework. That's all it does. That's all it's showing. GNU, no GNU, that's some other, it's political. Let's leave it at that. Unaffordable wage growth. So as FFC, we're recommending a holistic and comprehensive and thorough, proper, real audit on the COE. And when we say that at the consultation that we had with Minister in terms of the IGFR Act, we did highlight to him, but also we shall highlight it here, is that one has to look at the actual warm bodies in the estimate of national expenditure. Why we say that is because that also, as in our knowledge of budgeting and implementation of government expenditure, is that when departments propose their budgets, submit their budgets to legislature or to parliament, is that they have taken up on this, they budget based on funded posts, as opposed to on actual expenditures, i.e. headcounts, actual warm bodies. In so doing, basically is that you may not have this need for this actual expenditure. And we also see that on the other side, at the end of the financial year, is that there is actually underspending on this budget. And so we're encouraging this, how to address this unaffordable wage growth is to have this proper audit on these posts, on these positions. Are there actual real people working in there? Do they even exist, or do they even work? Then we can get into, have they actually been performing? Let's see, is Honorable Siweza, that 1% is actually not the increase, right? Because that 1% is what we're saying is that for the same year, from last year's budget to this year's budget, for the same financial year, is it more or is it less? And of course, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier in terms of the medium-term expenditure framework guideline. This 1% is on top of that inflation adjustment built into the medium-term expenditure framework. So yes, so what that shows in terms of 1%, yes, it shows priorities. How does a government respond to its or react or address its medium-term development plan in terms of its budget expressions or its fiscal expressions as these changes for the same year? So in other words, it's already increasing on inflation, and this is the additions to that budget for that year. So what can Parliament do better holistically? But Chairman, I think my chairperson has already said, it's about making sure that the departments spend what they budgeted for, because we're borrowing that amount of money at exceedingly high cost, and also that we need to conduct these audits to make sure that actually these spending are for the right purposes and for the right reasons and for real people and service delivery. PPP, the focus area by Honorable Mukondo, it's about the agreements. And I should say by end of this week and next week, at the media briefing, in our tabling of the annual submission, there is a whole chapter dedicated to this specific issue. And you'll recall that in the last briefing, I also spoke about the fact that PPP framework, as it currently stands, proposed by National Treasury, is it's too close, like just another procurement process. And what, as FFC, I shall leave the recommendation for when we only after when we have tabled. On the last thing on this, the lenders, IMF and World Bank, the lessons that we learned from Honorable von Rooyen, it's very interesting, because I want to say that notes that one almost has to force oneself to think like a banker, because I recall that back in 2007 and 8, when our debt to GDP ratio was low, not just that, but also our affordability was high. Our credibility was good. They actually wanted us to borrow more, right? They wanted us to borrow more. But then once the debt to GDP and the debt servicing cost is overrunning the expenditure commitments, that's when they started to pull back. So you understand that their perspective is, as creditors, as any banker, is that they want you to borrow when you are credit worthy, but they also want to keep you as a business, and they don't. And so from the perspective of ourselves, what we need to watch out for is that we don't overextend our credit, because that would mean that they get to say what they get to dictate what we do with in terms of our expenditure. So, and we need to balance that very, very carefully with our credit worthiness. That's why the emphasis, it's never about borrowing how much, or it's about what have we done? How have we leveraged this opportunity of debt to increase our economic activity, to grow our jobs, grow our businesses, so that our credibility of paying them back, and over and above, we create value for our citizens. Honorable Chair, I think that is the overall answering of the questions, and I don't want to overextend myself. I think going forward in the respective engagements on the specific bills, but again, of course, remembering that it's all for one, the budgets and the fiscal framework, and we shall deliberate further on these issues, especially when we come to the appropriation bills, because that's where we allocate money for these debt service costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Over to you. I think we have on our side exhausted the questions. Thanks.
No, thanks very much, PBO and the FFC. I think it's almost 2:00, and our members, committee members, presenters from the PBO and FFC. As we conclude today's session, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Parliamentary Budget Office and the FFC for their detailed and insightful presentation. Your analysis has provided us with a clear understanding of the 2025 budget strength, risk, and opportunities. I must also indicate that all of you have... Hello? I must also indicate that all of you have listened to honorable members as they've also raised the serious issue of the contradictions, of which is a very serious concern, even to myself. We hope that in future you'll be able to find itself communicate amongst yourselves, so that as you come to do the presentation, because your presentation, its purpose is to guide the committee to make sure that you take the informed decision. The discussions today have highlighted key areas requiring further scrutiny, including the fiscal sustainability, revenue collections efficiency, expenditure priority, and the budget's impact on vulnerable groups. These insights will guide our deliberations as we prepare our recommendations and engage with the Minister of Finance. I also commend committee members from the National Assembly and the Select Committee on Finance and Appropriation for their thoughtful questions and contributions. Your engagement demonstrates our collective commitment to rigorous insight and accountability. Moving forward, we will consolidate today's inputs into our report and continue engaging with the stakeholders to ensure a budget that promotes inclusive growth and fiscal responsibility. Once again, thank you all for your participation, honorable members, the stakeholders, PBO, and the FFC, the meeting agenda. Thanks very much.
Sorry, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Hi, Chair.
Chair.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Chairperson.
Chairperson, I'm a bit worried with your conclusion. Hello, Chair.
Honorable Des.
I'm a bit worried with part of your conclusion, urging the PBO and FFC to agree on what they are coming to present to us might defeat the purpose of having independent presentation from the two institutions who are assigned a different mandate by the Parliament. So I think that summary might be very, very, very misleading, Chair.
Okay. They must, what I'm saying is they must also talk amongst themselves on other areas, because it is, remember, it is also our responsibility to even assist in guiding going forward as parliamentarians on all this. Thanks very much.
Chairperson.